Welcome to the Williamsport City Council meeting of December 6th. Please rise for an invocation by Councilman Henderson, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Our Father in heaven, we thank you for the many blessings that you give to us. You are certainly a good God, and we recognize that we are undeserving of the graces that you offer to us. We pray that you would help us as we look to the finances of the city. Give us wisdom. Help us to see what we may not see. Help us to make wise choices as to how to use the funds that have been entrusted to our care. Remind us that these resources are not ours, but they belong to the people here of Williamsport. And I pray that you would help us to be good stewards of these resources. Lord, as we think to the future and how to prepare for the generations coming, I pray that you would again remind us of the great responsibility that rests on our shoulders to guide the next generation and provide for the next generation. Lord, help us to do well in this responsibility. And we pray for those that are serving and protecting us. Lord, we pray that you would watch over them, guard them and protect them, and meet their needs. And Lord, now as we do this business tonight, we pray that you would give us a calm civility. May we show utmost respect. And we pray that as a result, we would be in a position where we are helping the next generation and using the resources as we ought to. Give us wisdom and unity, and we pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda is approval of City Council meeting minutes dated November 20th, 2018. I have a motion and a second to approve those.
So move.
Second. Hearing a motion and a second. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and those are approved. Next item on our agenda is limited courtesy of the floor. We've had 2 requests for that this evening, and as we always do, we'll remind the speakers that they have 3 minutes to speak on a matter that's on our agenda this evening, and to please address the chair in their comments, and finally, at the beginning, state their name and address for the record. The first name is Frank Steckel.
Frank Steckel, 619 First Ave, Democratic Committeeman for the 12th Ward. I guess I have to keep my comments to the budget hearings, from what I understand from the city clerk. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I want to bring out a couple things quickly. Last time I talked was about the severance tax. And I don't understand why the city doesn't, as a legislative body, represent the people of the city rather than the Republican Party, I think, since it's 5-2, and go after Mr. State Senator Yaw and Garth Everett, who we know took over after Brett Feast. And from what I understand, I might be wrong, they all have interest in gas interests, gas companies. So I don't know how neutral they are, but I'd like an answer from someone, if anybody has the spine to give me an answer in the public, why, as a legislative body representing the city, you haven't approached Mr. Henderson, Mr. Williamson, any of the rest. Why you haven't approached these people officially toward this severance tax. Mr. Williamson, Dr. Williamson, went on about the retirement funds being short ad nauseum last time I was here, and yet you don't seem to have any interest in approaching these people. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you already approached them, but I must have missed it. That's number one. Number two, I want to bring up something about the City of Williamsport Police Department, which, according to what I read in the paper, they're cutting back, they're having problems, this and that. It's been my understanding in the last 4 or 5 or 6 times I've had to ask the police to be involved in some problem or another. At least 4 times, it seems the thing that they do best, and it's good for the budget in the interim, in the beginning. And I was going to bring a visual aid with me, but I didn't. But they basically take a broom and sweep it under a carpet. Now, maybe it's because they don't like me. I don't know. I get the impression it might be with a lot of people. I mean, serious accusations against public officials, people on the street, somebody lying to the police, to 2 police officers, and then being caught on video, and we're not going to do anything about it. Well, that's a simple way, I guess, you save a lot of money, you know. I don't know if they're going to continue to do it, if they're going to continue to save money. Now, you pretty much have to point to the officers in charge, you know. And currently, I believe we're about ready to ascend Mr. Jody Miller, what is it, captain, I think, to the post of chief. And he was directly involved in one of these situations where an actual department head of the adult probation office in the county of Lycoming, in the county courthouse during business hours, threatened me and acted in a most childish manner and threatened me. And, you know, there were like 6, 7, 8 witnesses, and Jody went over there and interviewed 1 witness. It was sort of like the Kavanaugh thing, you know. So he didn't do a very in-depth investigation. And, you know, somebody looking at it with an open eye would say, well, that's the process, you know. You're all one party. I don't know if 90% of the elected officials in the county are one party. Absolute power does, according to history, create absolute corruption. So this guy walks because this Miller, now it seems to be this is the way it's been. I did the same. I had to come here before council to get the current chief of police to investigate this problem because he wouldn't do it. And then he sent Miller off to do it for him, and he did a less than adequate job. Now you want to make him chief. Well, I think the public should hear about these things because the Sun-Gazette doesn't print most of this. The Sun-Gazette is, in my opinion, well, I don't want to even tell you what it is, okay? But 2 things. One, the severance tax should be I guess you're not even allowed to answer me. You just sit there like dotes, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the solicitor decided you shouldn't say anything in public. I don't know. I think it's disgusting. You get paid too much. You get elected to represent the people. When somebody gives you a complaint, nobody has anything to say. I guess I have to go get a Freedom of Information Act to get somebody to comment, all right? So what was the other issue? I guess that's basically it. The severance tax, which is, you should be ashamed of yourselves for not approaching them if you haven't. If you have, you can openly say something, but I don't see anybody saying anything. And if you haven't, then you're derelict in your duties, all right? And as far as the police department with this ongoing criminality, because I think now it is criminal, and if I don't get some resort or something from the city of Williamsport, I guarantee you the state and federal government will be involved. And then when it comes to a budget proposal, replacing your chief of police midterm or something might be more expensive than doing it ahead of time. All right, so there I'll put it in the context that you want me to put it in.
Thank you for your comments on the city budget.
Don't thank me. A hollow thanks is not.
Next name on the agenda is Scott Miller.
Scott Miller, 822 Tucker Street. Good evening, Dr. Williamson and other council members, Mayor, and everyone else. Dr. Williamson, I'm to understand you have a doctorate in political science, so maybe some of this will be better addressed to you, and I believe Don Noviello also teaches political sciences. You know, I was always told that the Constitution is a contract between the government and those governed, and it transcends all the way down to us. Well, in the Constitution, they say provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare. Y'all are talking about cutting the police. When my daughter started in kindergarten 12 years ago, I brought to City Council and the mayor about it being unsafe to cross the street. 12 years later, on numerous occasions, I videotaped vehicles passing stopped school buses with the flashers. I provided that video footage to the police department. Y'all are going to cut the police, but y'all don't care about the safety and welfare of children? That's disgusting to me. That's just simply disgusting to me. We have opioid crisis, but we're going to cut the police. And you're going to cut streets and parks. I got potholes. They haven't been filled this year. I've brought pictures to City Council. Army Lane, I've brought blown up photographs to City Council. How are you providing me the goods and services I paid for? I was a contractor for years. That's breach of contract and non-performance. So before you raise my taxes, I want the goods and services I have already paid for. If I worked on your house and only painted half of it, but cashed the whole check, how would you feel? You know, and codes, cutting codes. You know, there's a lot of stuff through codes that I see all the time. I see Joe regularly bringing them stuff. Y'all want to cut that? Are y'all going to fix the dike this year? You going to do the MS4 mandate? You know, I kind of half joke, why don't you just go to 30 mills, fix everything, declare bankruptcy, and let the state take over? I don't see the city acting in my benefit, in direct violation of the Constitution. Y'all work for me. I don't work for y'all. Howard Hughes said it very good many years ago. So before you raise your taxes and cut everything, remember, if my child gets hurt, I hold each and every one of y'all personally responsible. If any child gets hurt, and I'm sure you'll probably got your little, oh, it's terrible, terrible thing speeches all written up, ready to go when somebody gets hurt. But prove to me that you care.
Thank you for your comments on city budget. Next item on the agenda is the ordinance in first reading for fixing the tax rate of the city. Mrs. Frank, please.
An ordinance of the City of Williamsport, County of Lycoming, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania fixing the tax rate for all city purposes for the year 2019. It is hereby ordained and enacted by the City Council of the City of Williamsport as follows. Section 1. A real property tax is hereby levied on all persons and property within the said city, subject to taxation for general city purposes for the fiscal year as followed. Tax rate for the year 2019 for general city purposes, the sum of 15.37 mils of each $1 assessed valuation. Total mills on each dollar of assessed valuation is 15.37 cents on each $100 of assessed valuation, $1.537. Section 2, all ordinances or parts of the ordinance inconsistent herewithin are hereby repealed. Section 3, whoever fails, neglects, or refuses to pay the real property tax within 4 months of the date of the tax notice shall be charged a penalty of 10%, which penalty shall be added to the taxes and collected by the tax collector.
Thank you, Mrs. Frank. Did I ask for a motion already? Can I have a motion and a second to approve this ordinance in first reading?
So move.
Second.
Second. Thank you. And before I turn it over to Mr. Nichols, let me just comment for a second on the change in procedure a little bit this year. People who followed this process in the past will note that often in our first reading, we deal with the expenditure side or the general fund budget, well, actually adopting all the budgets of the city, in which we figure out what the costs are of the city to run the city government over the course of the next year, and then we fix the tax rate afterwards. And using my discretion as president, I thought that maybe we would change that order this year and see how it reframed our discussion of the issues by starting with the question of what is it that we can afford, and then figuring out how to live within those means. If we will see how that goes this evening, and if we need to revise the order of the two items in second reading, we can do so, but I think it's worthwhile trying it a little bit different way. Mr. Nichols, how are you this evening?
Fine, thank you. Excuse me. And good evening to you and Vice President Allison and members of council. This ordinance on first reading adopts the tax rate for 2019 at 15.37 mils, which translates to $15.37 per 1,000 taxable real estate in the city of Williamsport. As indicated in the budget, this tax rate is expected to generate $13,378,122, which is net of anticipated alert abatements and considers a collection rate of 92%. The number that I just, the $13,378,122 is different than the line item in your budget, which is at $13,645,684, and that's where we added that 2% economic consideration of growth in the tax base. So I just wanted to clarify that. This ordinance relates to Mayor Campana's budget proposal, which incorporates many of the recommendations that were provided in the financial plan, and as presented will ensure the continued viability of the city in terms of controlling costs, increasing revenues, and most importantly, providing needed service to the citizens of Williamsport. Mayor Campana had to make a lot of difficult decisions to minimize any recommended tax increase. He also had to develop a strategy to ensure that the city maintains its strong financial position in light of the challenges in finding new opportunities for additional revenues. So with that said, the administration is asking for your approval of this ordinance on first reading.
Thank you. And I'll open it then to comments or questions on the tax rate. Are there none? Mr. Henderson?
Well, you got to say something, you know, but this is obviously a different way to do this, as you had mentioned earlier. The question you referenced was, what can we afford? I don't know that we can answer that question. I'm not sure we can afford what we have here, but what are we willing to do? Maybe that's the better question. I know that what we have in the proposed budget seems to me a bit inflated as far as the income estimates and how all that will affect this tax rate. I don't know, it's hard to have that conversation backwards, I guess.
It is, and we may not be able to, but I very much wanted us to try.
Yeah.
And I admit we may not be able to, but how far can we get in this discussion? I suppose I can contribute some thoughts myself in that if we go back into the information that was generated for the financial plan, that over the course of, let me find the right page, since 2011, the millage rate for the city has gone from 10.18 mils to the current one, which is 14.72 mils. Again, sorry, I'm trying to get to the right pages. And the mayor's proposed budget would take us 0.65 mils higher than the 14.72 to the 15.37. Now, I know all of the members of council have struggled with the proposals on the revenue side and the expenditure side in the mayor's proposed budget. And I know that, as we do every year, we have particular changes that we we'll discuss and debate, and some will pass and some will fail. But in the end, we'll end up with a budget that is going to be a difficult budget. We've had those conversations over the last couple of weeks, and we know that it is destined to be that. And then the question is, that again, we might not be able to answer until we have that struggle, but the question is, can we live within, what means can we live within? Is that, can we live within the current tax rate of 14.72 without, while still providing a reasonable level of services that are expected? Do we need to increase it to 15.37? Which is the mayor's proposed increase? Is there some number in between those two numbers that is the right number? Or is there a number higher than 15.37 that would allow us to maintain more of the services in a sustainable way? Because now we have 3-year estimates for what sustainability will look like. A number higher than 15.37 that we need to be able to generate to have the services that the public has come to expect. And so what are the means that we can afford, which is the first question I asked, and then what are the means are we believe that we can live within in terms of providing as much of the services required that we must provide as a city to the citizens of Williamsport. Mr. Allison.
And that really goes to the point of some of the public comments we heard earlier. There's an expectation that services are going to meet a certain level. And then there's a desire to see that taxes don't rise. I want to read one thing out of the plan that we were given. So it's a 3-year projection of things that we know. We could have used this years ago, but we have it now, which is good because we're at a critical point financially. So far, up to this point, the increased revenue every year from property taxes has covered the growth in our expenditures, but we've reached a breaking point there. Our expenditures have been growing annually about 3%, and everybody knows that salaries and benefits are 80% roughly of our budget. If you're going to save money, that's where you're going to save it, in our government.
And just as a comment, in case the public isn't fully aware of this, by salary and benefits, of course we mean salary, of course we mean pensions. We also mean health insurance, we mean FICA, life insurance, workers' compensation, and overtime and comp time. All of those things are incorporated in that 80% number.
Yeah.
But it's all personnel costs.
Yeah, the more dollars you spend on a salary, the attendant things around it increase as well. Those expenses are projected to increase steadily over the next 3 years, 2019 to 26.4 million, 27.1 million in 2020, and 27.9 million in 2021. So estimating that growth is going to, if we keep everything the same, as far as personnel and salaries and benefits, we're not going to be able to cover that increase. with where our tax rate is now. So we're doing a basic math problem. If we can't, if this side goes up this much and we can't raise this up any higher because people don't want the taxes any higher, then this side is going to have to come down to meet that somehow. We got to find those savings. And they're significant dollars. If it was $10, $20, $100,000 we're talking about, we could figure that out. But we're getting to, and then also, we can't leave out the MMO, the municipal minimum obligation, which is close to, it's close to 4 million this year. It's a huge year. So we passed the ordinance with the millage rate in it, but now we're looking at all these details. And as we heard, I think we heard the voice of a lot of the public. They don't want police cut. They don't want higher taxes. That's a tough one. I don't either. I agree with them. That's not something anybody wants to do, but it's something that's in this budget to make it work. So that's what we're gonna back into and figure out at this point. So I just, that's what we're gonna look at.
And on that increasing salary and benefit, the only way to bring it down in the way that you were talking about is through cuts of individuals, or in the short run, individual positions, or over a medium term, over several years, or maybe even 5, 10 years at a time, is to find savings through negotiated reductions in salaries or benefits. Itself a very hard process, that there are a lot of restrictions on our ability to do that. And so in any given budget year or 2 or 3, 80% of your budget on salary and benefits, that means having fewer employees, which also means having fewer services. I think Mr. Henderson was next.
So obviously, we're looking at this tax rate, thinking to ourselves, what can we afford? The difficulty or the problem is that we have the option of raising taxes. I mean, that's a problem. It is. Because in the typical house, they don't have that option. They don't go to their employer and say, look, I can't afford to live this way without you raising my salary, so fork it over. You know, it doesn't work that way. Unfortunately, that option is available to us as a taxing body. And so I think I understand your reasoning in wanting to bring the tax rate ordinance first, to give ourselves that cap, so to speak. The problem that we face is that it's not an option for us not to raise taxes, unless we want fewer potholes filled than already are, or fewer officers than what we even have in the proposed budget now. And so, are taxpayers willing to go that route, to cut? Well, we just heard no. And so, there we have it. We have to raise taxes. Okay, how much? I'm not sure that the 0.65 is going to cover what we need unless we make some major cuts in addition to what's already in this proposed budget. I'm not sure that it's going to be there. When our ending fund balance is just over 100,000. I'm not sure .65 is going to do it.
Pretty tight.
And so, unless somebody has some ideas as to making some major cuts in this proposed budget, which already has some major cuts, then I think the only option for us is to raise this amount.
Can I just quickly address one thing? And this isn't meant to be frivolous or anything. You mentioned potholes, and they were mentioned earlier. I just want to commend our Streets and Parks Department, because
Yes.
they filled a lot of those potholes.
Yes,
And there's
absolutely.
been a lot of those streets paved over this year. So there were a lot of pictures, but a lot of that's been fixed. And I don't want to leave that hanging out there. Our employees did a great job in the administration in getting that done.
We made real progress on that this year.
Can I just say thank you for mentioning that? That my point in referencing that was only to tie back to some of the comments already made.
Right, yeah.
Certainly not a,
That just jogged my memory
yeah,
when you said that.
thank you.
Let me point out a couple other things that I think should shape our discussion on this ordinance as far as we can get right now. One, the absolute effects of a 14.72 or 15.37 or whatever number we end up with is an absolute burden on the taxpayer and the city. The dollar actually matters when you write that check or it comes out of your escrow. Those are real dollars. But the other part that we shouldn't miss is that it's a relative impact as well, right? When your friend, when your neighbor that lives just a few miles away writes a check that is 1/30th of the check that you write for the same value house, it starts to shape your thinking. And one of the things somebody addressed earlier, that I teach political science. All right, I teach a state and local government class. And when we were talking about financing of local governments earlier this semester, one of the things that students read about was the concept of voting with your feet. Sure, people will vote for their elected officials or against their elected officials, but the problem for the city is not if I get reelected or you get reelected or you get reelected. The problem for the city is if the people simply give up and move out. That does none of our problems any good, and when the bill is 30 times what a neighbor's bill is, that's hard. Now, and a lot of us go, okay, we value the services that we receive. We have a high-quality professional police force. We have a high-quality professional fire department. Other communities don't have what we have in terms of those assets, amongst other services that we as a city provides that other types of municipalities in our area do not provide. But we go back to those real dollars and those relative dollars, and we're hitting numbers that are tough, really serious. But at the same time, there are services that they pay for. And the other thing that I'd point out, and before I ask for more comments, is going back to our financial plan. Right? One of the challenges that's made itself into the paper several times is that by looking ahead, we can see what our decisions in past years and our current year will have over the next few years. And there were a lot of different scenarios mentioned and worked through as examples for how to deal with planning over a 3-year period. And one of those scenarios is, what do you assume the future will look like in growth of expenditures, many of which, as we've said, we don't control, except by reducing services. And another version is, what are the various scenarios that would look like with various changes in millage rates over time. And then one that we have to look at is, we've been deficit spending every year. Eventually, unless you cut services or unless you raise taxes appropriately, you will not just be able to make it up, and you will end up with a negative fund balance. You eventually run out of savings in your savings account, and we're at that stage without, this year, without a tax increase, as the mayor concluded in his proposal, without a tax increase and without cuts. That's the first time that's ever happened. But it is the effect, and that only compounds itself over the next 3 years. And so the historic 3% growth, much of which we can't control in expenditures, can't continue, and or a plan that does not include some way to grow revenue, and because of the restrictions we face by the state, the main way and really the only way to grow revenue is through property taxes. And so the only scenario in the entire budget, three-year financial plan that results in staying in the black at the end of the 3 years requires both reducing our expenditures below historic growth averages and increasing. And what it's going to require is council and the mayor this year making tough choices, next year making more tough choices, and the next year making even more tough choices to even get to that reasonable number. And so people are going to have to, we are all going to have to engage consistently over the course of each year, not just one time during the year at budget time, but all throughout the year on the discussion as a community, not just within government, our whole community. What level of service do we want to provide at what cost? What can we afford? What means must we live within? And if those means are less than the services that we've become accustomed to, what are we willing to accept in terms of reduced services that we rely on from our city government? That has to be an ongoing conversation to get anywhere close to the best of the projections under the best of the scenarios of the financial plan. Let me open it back up to make sure all the voices are heard. Mrs. Katz.
I think the public should be aware of what really is going on in City Hall, that everything is really taking, everybody that works in City Hall puts their heart and soul into their jobs, their departments, to the extent of, and we hear this constantly at the committee meetings, of how they try and do things to save money for the city. Streets and Parks coming up with better ideas of how to repair things, how they work in conjunction with the fire department and police department as far as how to save money. How the police department is coming up with ideas of how to save money as far as time is put into the scheduling, which has been a big help tremendously. River Valley, Mr. Nichols has gone to such extents to try and come up with so much to save money for River Valley. The problem there boils down to one thing. We're not bringing in the money to cover the basic expenses at this point. And it's like a business. If you don't bring in enough money to cover your expenses, what's going to happen? You're going to file for bankruptcy. That's all there is to it, unless things change. I think the interesting thing that I find is that the surrounding areas do take advantage of our services. We are the center. We are the core of the county. And everybody comes into our city and takes advantage of our streets, our police, our fire, and our codes. And therefore, they're not being really charged for that coming into this. And that is very frustrating to all of us when we realize where the income is not being brought back into the city for what we supply at times. The other thing, so many people say, well, bring in new business, and that will help, defray costs. It's a good thing to say that, but you need a whole village to work on that, to bring other businesses in. Every city in the country is trying to bring new business into their cities. So therefore, it's very difficult. It's a difficult proposition. I don't know where we're going to go with this at this point. We can out-tax ourselves with our property taxes at this point. People are leaving the city, and we all know that. As Dr. Williamson said, people are leaving, the prices of their taxes in other areas are so much cheaper than what we have here, but yet we have more to offer here. And, let's keep in mind, our departments here in this city take such pride in what they do. We have to take pride in our whole city and try to come back and bring things back into our city, and that people can start affording to live in our city instead of leaving our city. I know what the two gentlemen said beforehand about everything that is, the cost of everything, of cutting the police, of cutting this. Right now, it's not cutting, it's attrition right now. And we do have to work things out. And I don't care what business you are, you do have to come, you have to figure out how you are going to run your business lean and mean. And I think that's what we're all doing at this point. We're trying to come up with ideas to run it lean and mean. And do we have to raise our taxes? I don't see how we can't at this point. And the next few years are going to be very difficult. We have got to come up with better ideas as far as bringing major businesses into this area. We have a fantastic area. Anybody that comes and visits our city, they just brag about, oh, we went to this fantastic city. Why can't we bring more businesses to come in here? We are a tourist town. We have so many other things that we can offer that I don't think we're utilizing. And those are the things that we have to look at as far as bringing income into this city. That's what it boils down to, bringing more money that we can run City Hall the way people want to see it run.
Sure. All right, other comments? Mr. Noviello.
Just quickly, first off, I would think that even if all seven of us up here taught political science, it would not change the figures we're contending with. The figures are what they are. I've said, and I'm sure people have heard me repeat in the years I've been on council, that the numbers dictate to us. We do not dictate to the numbers. Part of our problem, obviously, as we've been mentioning, is the issue of legacy expenses and the amounts that come with that. Those figures that we're contending with are figures that were not determined by current administration or current council, but councils and administrations in the past who maybe in their own circumstances didn't have the kind of forward-looking aspect that we're trying to do here presently with a 3-year look into the future. Maybe had those boards and those administrations and such done that, we would be in less of a position that we are. It's always nice to enjoy the comfort of opinion without the discomfort of the correctness associated with it or the thoughts that go into that opinion. So it's easy to express those concerns, but those pension costs and such are costs that we can do very little, if anything whatsoever about. As was mentioned, I do think that we need to be looking to our higher offices to give us some assistance at the state and federal level regarding pension reform, which seems to be the bane of people in those higher positions of late. We don't get much response from them. And it's, I don't know that it's a fault, but it's certainly a circumstance. It's not an excuse, but it's certainly a reason. And we are in a situation now where we're fighting, those things that have little resolution to them without looking at the tax base itself. And I understand the hurt that goes along with that. We also should recognize that everyone in this room will be paying those taxes as they get raised as well. So it isn't as though we're picking and choosing those who will pay and those who will not pay. Again, as far as services are concerned, I want to reiterate what Mrs. Katz said with respect to the collective works of our departments. Each department, in many respects, has saved the other department's money by doing work in-house. I know just from my experience with streets and parks over the last several years that we've devised some equipment that was fabricated by our people in our city barn that have been used routinely over the last several years to pave streets and pave a number and refix some of the potholes that are out there. Mrs. Katz knows that we also spend time on Public Works working so that street cuts are done in different fashion today, saving the city money, time, and effort. Maintenance is no longer just a 2-year job for those who dig those cuts, but now it's a 5-year responsibility. So we've saved some money in those regards as well. So I think we're doing as much as we can do with what we have available to us here. The numbers, again, as I always say, are not necessarily changeable. We can do as much manipulation as we can, and we do. I think we've done a fine job of that as well as we can do over the past several years, quite frankly. The cooperation that we see among and between council members and administration, I think, has served the public well. The numbers are just shady and difficult to contend with, and I think we're doing the best we can possibly do to make that as easy as possible on as many people as possible. Mrs. Katz is also right in the sense that most cities in this nation are looking for businesses to come into town. I think we need to look at some different avenues of approach when those things are concerned. I think we need to be looking for some type of an outreach program that we can market ourselves more than we are. Those things may have some play on what we bring to the city. We've got 2 colleges that also can factor into those kinds of decisions. So as has been suggested so far, we have a long sort of task here to contend with today. And, you know, it's not because we are happy to do so, but because we have been tasked to do so. And I think we're all going to put our best effort forward in making this happen as best it can be done. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
I can do math. We can all do basic math. And looking at this budget, it's not ready to move forward in its current form. We had 2 work sessions. I think we could have many more and should have many more work sessions. The 2 work sessions we had, there were many inaccuracies, discrepancies, inconsistencies that we were supposed to revisit, that we need to revisit, lack of answers from the administration on various line items. The numbers just don't add up, and I can't support a tax increase at this time when the numbers just simply don't add up with what we're looking at.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Mr. Allison?
Just one final comment, and we do need to get down to the brass tacks, dollars and cents. But when Mrs. Katz and Mr. Noviello talked about services that we provide to our citizens, we're also the center for the county in social services, and we have big institutions, and none of those are taxable, those properties, and that's for a good reason that they can provide those, but they're used by the people of the whole county. Yet that's another service we provide, having a lot of non-taxable land that if we were like every other community around us, those could be developed. They could be housing, they could be businesses, but we don't, and provide plenty of tax revenue to fund the city. But we don't have that option, neither should we, because we are the center of the county and the county seat. But it's just another thing to keep in mind that makes this balancing act more difficult. But now it's time to get our calculators working.
Given the discussion, I'm going to make a suggestion and let my colleagues decide which path forward. Either we can vote on the proposed ordinance as it stands, or I'll entertain a motion to change the ordinance, or I'll entertain a motion to table and take the discussion as having an impact on our thinking for the next stage, the next step, and then, you know, once we're done with reviewing the budgets, then of course we can decide whether or not to remove this ordinance from the table. So let me offer those 3 possibilities as an option and see what goes forward. Ms. Mealy.
I'm going to marry all the comments I've heard since my tardy arrival here this evening. and say that I agree with Derek that we are still putting together the pieces, so to speak, of a budget that I think was really under some major revisions until shortly before we received it this year. And between that and the fact that it sounds to me as though none of us are necessarily comfortable with either this tax rate, this tax increase, no tax increase, or a greater tax increase without further discussion of the issues that were raised in the budget, the issues that we have yet to resolve within the budget. I would make a motion to table this, despite I do appreciate your best inclinations on this, Dr. Williamson. However, I would make a motion that we table this and consider the budget itself prior to voting on the tax rate.
There's a motion to table and a second. Any comments or questions on the motion to table? Mrs. Frank, on the motion to table the ordinance in first reading.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the ordinance is tabled in first reading. Next item on the agenda is an ordinance adopting various operating budgets. Mrs. Frank, in short form, please.
An ordinance adopting various operating budgets for the city of Williamsport, including the general fund, utility fund, WBT capital projects fund, liquid fuels fund, city hall operating fund, WBT planning, unemployment compensation fund, debt service fund, trade and transit center, Act 13 fund, and pool repairs capital fund.
Can I have a motion and a second
So
to
moved.
approve the ordinance in first reading? Motion?
Second.
Hearing motion and a second. Mr. Nichols.
Thank you again. This ordinance on first reading adopts 12 different operating budgets for the city of Williamsport and makes required appropriations for each budget for calendar year 2019. As you know, each budget was reviewed by line item at 2 review sessions held last week. And that said, the administration asked for your approval of this ordinance in front of you on first reading.
Thank you. Comments or questions on the ordinance in first reading? It always is a hard way to get started, and one of the things I've done, as we've done in past, is I've listened to my colleagues over the course of the last couple of weeks, various proposed changes, and have a working list, not that any of the, I have no idea which of these will pass or have 4 votes or 5 votes or 3 votes or 2 votes, but are a variety of ideas that we can work through, and there may be other ideas that have not yet made it to the list that I put together. But I'm going to start out with one piece that is on page 4. And on page 4, as we've discussed a couple different times, under real estate current, we have, based on the mayor's proposed tax rate, the standard calculations that we have in the back of the budget on the page, projected revenues, real estate current. We have a kind of standard formula that we used based on the market value of the real estate in the city given to us by the state, by the county, the assessed value ratio, the tax rate, and LERTA abatement and collection rate, anticipated collection rate. We generally have used the 13, in this case, a result that is $13,378,122 as a result of that calculation. And in prior years, that number has been then inserted on page 4 as the number that we estimate for the coming year in terms of proposed tax rate. Now, the number that we see instead on page 4 is about, if my math is correct, and I'm going to ask Mr. Powlak to double check my math when he gets the opportunity, the number that we see on page 4 under 2019 proposed real estate current is about $267,562. It might be change, different, but about that much higher than the standard calculation that we used in the back of the book. And I understand the rationale is that the hope is we will, through various efforts to try to maximize revenue and economic growth in the city, that we hope to see revenue figures grow in the coming year over past years, and sometimes that is absolutely true. But I think the places where that can be true and historically have been true, more likely to have been true, are in what I guess we could call, what's the economics term for it? Anyway, it's in those areas that are more subject to change on the basis of the state of the economy, where property tax revenue is stickier, because property taxes are based on relatively fixed values, unless we have a reassessment, which we hope we will have, but it won't be in time for the 2019 budget. And they are not elastic, that's the economics word, in the way that wage taxes, business privilege taxes, and those kinds of things are. They don't change with economic growth in the way those business and wage taxes do. And so I fear that by assuming that real estate current will grow by 2% in the same way that we're assuming that some of those elastic business and wage taxes would grow, that we would find ourselves short if we assume that they're going to be there, spend money as if they were going to be there, and they end up not being there. In other words, it's a risk I don't think we should be willing to take. So I'm going to make a motion, and this does not have to do with the tax rate. This number might need to change again if we change the tax rate, but without changing the proposed tax increase in the budget, I'm going to make a motion to reduce the figure by $267,562, which I'm getting the nod is an accurate calculation. Basically, the difference between what's on this page and what's on the standard formula page in the back of it's an unnumbered page, so it's projected revenues, real estate taxes, current page in the back of our budget binder. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Ms. Mealy.
I just want to make a note that this year's budget, as it's currently structured, has an ending fund balance. When the year's all done, if we start out where we believe we're going to start out, and we finish, and we spend all the money we're projecting that we're going to spend, the ending fund balance is $107,000.
Yes.
That is very little money. And when I say that, what I mean is, if we, the reason that I seconded your motion is that if we have an inflated real estate return in our budget that projects $267,000 more coming in than we have, on average, reason to expect will come into the city, then we could very well, running on a budget with only $107,000 left at the bottom line, wind up in a situation where we actually are negative. Consequently, clearly it is in the best interest of the city to keep our income estimates conservative, so that and make certain that our fund balance is positive at the bare minimum, so that at the end of the year we do not wind up in a situation with less money than with negative money in our fund balance.
And one of the consequences, of course, I should be clear on this, is if this motion passes, the temporary fund balance for calculation purposes will be negative, which means we will need to find savings to get back to the pitifully small fund balance that's in the original proposal, much less anything a bit more comfortable than that. So
$160,000.
it'll be $160,000 or so in the hole. And so just want to make sure everyone is clear on the short-term consequences that we will need to solve this evening if my motion passes. Mr. Henderson.
Yeah, just to reiterate and point out again, that should this amendment pass, that negative ending balance is not a result of spending anything
Right.
at all. It's just because of an assumption that we're making, and perhaps one of the reasons why we have struggled with unfunded pensions is because of such inflated estimations in a different way, in a different issue, but it's the same problem. Now, is it possible that we would see that 2% growth? Well, sure. I hope so. It's possible, but with a fund balance of 107, I think it's unwise to make that gamble. We could perhaps have that number there and remain with that 2% assumption, that 2% growth assumption, if we had already had an ending fund balance of, what is it normally? 15%? 10 to 15% of the entire budget. But we're not there. And so we can't afford the gamble. We just can't afford the gamble.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on the motion? Mr. Allison?
I have a question for Mr. Grimes, City Treasurer. What was our collection rate this year?
The year's not over, but we're generally, 92, 93%.
Okay.
And then there's more collections after it. That's current year, and then it goes into the delinquent stage, and collections normally are, 98, 99%.
Right. I guess what I wondered was with the improved economy in general, did we notice that rate improve?
I think the average of the last few years have been better than the historical 20, 30-year average of collection, but by a 0.5% or percentage point maybe.
Okay. And 0.5% would roughly be probably 70.
But really, the
70,000.
majority of real estate taxes are collected anyways. So it would really only shift the burden if the current year number goes up to
Right.
lessening your real estate prior, your very next income line on your budget
Right.
would be less just because there's less to be collected in the delinquent stage. So it doesn't really change your overall gain in taxes, just changes which year it would come in.
And do we have any, I know I've asked you this before, but do we have any more coming off of the LRTA abatement in the coming year?
We have one new LRTA that the program will start this year. And then we've approved, and the school district and the county has approved a new LRTA program that businesses can start to apply for. But that would only be on new real estate development.
But do we have any that are currently in LRTA coming off?
I don't have that chart with me. I believe we do. But by the time they come off, only 10% of their total
Right.
value is abated, so it won't be a huge jump.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
I agree with what Councilman Henderson was saying. The inflated estimates, I mean, it's just, you can't inflate the numbers in such a way when it's not showing. And so the inflated estimates coupled with the inaccurate line items, we can't grasp what the numbers currently are. So I don't know, I mean, I agree that these estimates have to come down. We need to get year-to-date totals. We need to get updated line items. I mean, it's just, it's a budget that, with the way we're looking at it right now, I just can't see how we make any of these decisions without additional work, budget sessions. I mean, these estimates are just not based off of current accurate numbers. So, I mean, I agree fully that these estimations should come down and decrease. And then we need to review the process. We need to review the numbers. We need to get the accurate figures prior to moving forward. I'm not trying to repeat over and over the same information, but it's just difficult to support and advance a budget with such gross inaccuracies that need addressed.
Thank you. Other comments or questions on the motion to change the real estate current line item? Ms. Mealy.
Can I just underline again for a moment what Mr. Grimes said, which is that, because it didn't quite get lost in the discussion, but I think it's a very important point. We only collect as many real estate taxes as we send out bills for, period, full stop. You know, and you might get a little bit of a boost from alerted property that comes up back onto the tax rolls, you might, but that is to say, if the total value of our, whatever our proposed millage is, and the total value of the city's real estate is X, if we get it this year, it simply means we're not going to get it next year. So inflating, especially to inflate both the real estate prior and the real estate current tax numbers, would be basically another way of spending it forward, if you will. That is to say that we can only then see less income next year on both lines and have a tighter budget next year. It's neither here nor there. We simply have to write those numbers down, but we don't somehow get a windfall of taxes that weren't anticipated by and large, and so it's simply whether the money's here now or whether the money's here later. Sorry, I guess I think that's kind of an important point as well.
Absolutely. And
I wish we did get it right.
Yeah. No, that's a very good point. And one thing I would use to summarize everybody's concern on this is it's about risk. I'll call it small c conservative approach, not politically conservative, just being careful. The careful approach here is if we're wrong by overestimating what we're receiving, we've got bigger problems than if we're wrong by underestimating. If we underestimate what we receive, that extra revenue that we did not anticipate goes to the bottom line, and the following year's budget process becomes slightly easier. If we overestimate, then we have a real problem this year, right now, and next year. And so the small c conservative, the careful, the cautious, the risk-adverse approach, I think, is to go with numbers that we know we can support on something that's inelastic, is the term the economists do use, but not likely to change, basically, even though the economy's been relatively strong. Any other comments on this motion? Mr. Noviel?
Just out of curiosity, if we were to, in fact, pass the amendment, does that particularly preclude us from having any further discussions in any way?
No.
So we could still continue to discuss the issues that Mr. Slaughter is concerned about.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Without necessarily disrupting the entire process here.
Right, no.
We still have options to create more business, or more budget sessions if we need to.
Sure,
Or
all of this
work
does is,
sessions, I should say.
yeah, all this does is change one line in the budget. And of course, then, once we're done with anybody's comments or amendments, we have the ability to do any of the normal things we have with the budget. We can, as individuals and collectively, approve it, reject it, I suppose even table it. But this particular motion does nothing to preclude it. My intent is only to improve incrementally, and I think we've got more improvements that we will need to discuss. But this is one first step in trying to improve the budget. as a plan for 2019.
I think as long as we can keep the avenues open for discussion and further sit-downs, that we can maybe address some of the concerns that have already been expressed here tonight, without necessarily tying our hands. It's important for us to keep the door open so we can have as much input as we can, both from administration and the remainders of us on council here at this point.
And of course, as chair of the meeting, as I always do, as long as there are comments and discussions and motions to be made, I will recognize my colleagues to do so. Are any final comments on this particular motion? Mr. Allison.
Just one thing. There's no doubt that number's inflated, the 267. It is kind of nebulous, though, at least in exactly how much, because as Mr. Grimes said, the year hasn't been completed yet, and if we did collect at 93% this year, there was more brought in, but that doesn't, the point that's brought up about we're in a situation where we need to save or allow as much as possible to drop to the bottom line is true, but to Mr. Slaughter's point, at least in this particular case, we're not going to have a dead reckoning number in that place, in that position, no matter what we estimate. We're making an estimate ourselves, so I think that's one item that we're not going to be able to say, well, this is what we have, and that's what it's going to be. There can be variations in that as we go forward. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Any other comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes?
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that motion carries, and so the line 41100 on page 4 is reduced by $267,562. Let me do one more, and then I'll open it up to others. Another thing that I heard my colleagues express concern about, and now I'm going to move to page 5, over the course of the 2 budget sessions, is a concern with counting on a one-time source of revenue that neither party in the potential transaction has yet agreed to, even in theory, much less in specific amount or in writing. And so in terms of surplus property sales, line 49110, there's been discussion, of course, about Elm Park and other properties in the city. And honestly, I think those are discussions that are worthwhile and potentially could come to fruition and improve things in the city in a variety of fronts, not just budgetarily. So I'm not opposed to exploring those ideas more in depth at all. However, I am concerned about relying on the revenue, given the tight fund balance relying on revenue of about $100,000, given the tight fund balance, on concepts that are worthwhile to explore, but no one has yet committed to. And then I'm also concerned about relying on those as a source of revenue, given that they'll be a one-time source of revenue. You sell property, it's sold. You have no more of that property to sell, which means if you've spent that money in an operating budget, the next year you have to find a way to replace that source of revenue to continue those operations, those same exact services. If it was simply falling to the bottom line or being thought of as a one-time expended source of revenue for a one-time capital expense, it'd be a different story. But booking it as revenue and then having it cover operating expenses, I think, again, is not the careful approach, isn't the small c conservative approach, isn't the cautious approach. And so my second motion is to reduce line 49110, surplus property sales, by $100,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, comments or questions on the motion? Ms. Mealy.
Just the comment that in addition to the two excellent reasons that you cited, Dr. Williamson, I think it puts us in a particularly odd position vis-à-vis negotiations. If we have already, any negotiations that the city might undertake in any situation this year, if we've already booked a certain amount into our budget for the sale of property, that simply seems to me unwise from multiple perspectives. So of course I'll be supporting this motion as well.
And as it sits, the property is an asset sitting in itself.
I'm sorry, Mr. Novia, I just didn't hear you.
The property itself is an asset for the city.
Sure.
So to just dispense with it in one fell swoop and then have to hope the second year again doesn't seem very.
Thank you. Other comments? Mr. Henderson.
Yeah, just to add on to that, it also commits us as council before we've had the discussion.
Forces our hands.
Right, and I'm sure it's, obviously, we've started the discussions, but we just haven't finished the discussions. And so it's a major discussion. I'd like to see some income generated from that property in one way or another. And so I'm sure we'll be seeking that out. But we just can't rely on it. I mean, if we weren't to follow through and sell that property, according to the proposed budget, then we'd be down to $7,000 at the end of the year. And of course, now that's all changed because of what we just did a moment ago. And so it just, it's just a little too much pressure, I think, on us right now to make that commitment. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes?
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the motion carries. I'm going to ask for other comments or other motions here, but I want to check with Mr. Pavlak. I believe he's got a worksheet with a running balance, given the discussions we've just had. I'm sorry.
Negative 260.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, I wasn't focusing on the right number. The fund balance, as a consequence of the two motions I've just made that both carried, means that our standing fund balance now, I'll call it working fund balance, is negative, $260,066. Obviously, we have to make up that ground one way or the other before we can have a vote on the current budget proposal. So I'm going to open it up for other comments or questions. Mr. Anderson.
Let's go to page 1 there. I'm going to look at the debt service, DST. This came up in our work sessions earlier. And there was a question about what this is exactly, and I'm going to make a proposal that we zero out this 77,500, but I'd like to ask Mr. Nichols if you could explain what that number is for us.
That line item which you inquired about, 2 years ago, or I said, 2017, up to 2017, that line item was utilized for payment of the Spillman system in the police department. Then this year, and it was going to be proposed for next year, that would go towards debt service, specifically towards the bond related to the downtown project, the arena project. The counter to that amount, because RVT obligated itself to pay that, was we would continue the $75,000 in administrative support coming into the city, and then that money would then be utilized then to pay that part of the bond. In the conversations with the leadership of council, they suggested that, so there's not any confusion about it, that to eliminate that line item entirely and show it in RVT's debt service line item to increase this like amount. Then there's a question of RVT continuing the $75,000 grants to the city for administrative services. Because of the fund balance being, low, I did review our budget, and we would like to continue that grant to the city for next year, $75,000. So by doing that, that would increase, that would provide an additional $75,000, or I should say $77,500 to the bottom line, which I think would help, obviously, the city's financial position. There is, this is something we review every now and then, what the relationship is between RVT and the city. I did provide you with a list of all the different partners we have. I think it's 20-some now we're up to, which generates about $400,000 for local share requirements. Because we keep adding local partners, we're able to keep the original partners back many, many years ago that started contributing to the bus system, and those costs haven't increased for over 20 years. So we're glad we can continue to do that. Sort of looking at the whole thing globally, I did provide leadership of council just how we try to incorporate in our budget budget support or personnel support to the city of Williamsport. We've been able to, working with council over the years and the administration, we've been able to find ways to support the city of Williamsport budget through direct budget support as well as personnel support, around about $800,000 a year, which is a mill of taxes that you don't have to have in place. Debt service for city projects like the arena and our public service project that we did for streets and parks. We're now picking up some of the planning services and facility maintenance services because the planning position was eliminated, and so I'm reassigning some of that to our current personnel, providing support for Bowman Field. Back with Mary Wolf, she asked me to, it was only going to be for 1 year in a transition, to serve as the director of finance just to help out in a transition. 15 years later, I'm still doing it, but there's no cost to the city. I'm glad to do it, because I've been around a long time. So that's saved a couple $1 million over the years. So by not having a cost for a director of finance. We're also budgeting for 2019, $200,000 for CM services for the Third Street project. RVT is handling that. Technical services, we're picking up as well, such as a traffic impact study we have to do for PennDOT related to the two-way traffic on Third Street. We pay $200,000 towards the Delta Developments contract. We're going to continue the $75,000 for administrative services. We're going to help the Recreation Department, help with the city website, a new procurement system. We're going to do project management services for the East Third Street Gateway project, the Bowman Field project, transportation services for the Classic, the League World Series. Back in 1994, under the Bloom administration, we were asked to save the boat, Hiawatha, which we were able to do. And then I also provide a list of 6 projects, about $20 million worth of projects we did for the city, and we were glad to do that. So I guess I'm trying to put a positive spin on negative comments that, that was gross inaccuracies, which if you look at the past several budgets, I take pride in that every budget the last 15 years I've been involved in have always met the goals and exceeded the expectations. And so I'm happy to continue to help out with that.
I think the city has obviously a unique relationship with RVT, and there's a lot of benefit that the city receives as a result of that relationship. Sometimes, because of that relationship, there is a difficulty in reflecting accurately the funds. And that's what I think we have here.
Yeah, and that's a great suggestion, and I have no
right.
problem.
So I want to clarify this. Just one other question for me, if you don't mind. What year? I'm looking at the 5-year comparison that we have, and in 2016, what was called debt service RMS was. Let's see, was budgeted at 100,000. The actual was 0, and then the very next year, it was 77,500, still under the debt service RMS, which, from what I understand, is the Spillman. Was that also, we were paying that 77,500 on the Spillman in 2017, or is that when we started?
No, that was still a Spillman system. Maybe I'll defer to Joe. I forget how that was paid, and
That was the final balance on our line credit. 77.5, that was the first year it hit that. Before that, we were trying to make it 50, 50, 50, and then bump it up to 100.
Okay. So 2017, we were just finishing out that.
That was the balance
That
of the
balance.
contract, I think, when that line of credit ended.
Okay. But that was for the Spillman. And so then in 2018, this year, let me think here. What year is this? This is 2018. We're looking at 2019 budget now. So in 2018, this past year, the 77,500 was for, was that?
Debt service.
Was that for the debt service for the,
right.
for the arena
And we
project?
also budgeted, in the budget, $75,000 for the administrative services as well.
Okay. Right. And again, I
So
want
the
to
strategy
reiterate.
there, since we were picking up a lot of extra money or costs for the Third Street project, it was very difficult to continue at 75,000, and that's why.
And I appreciate, the working these two budgets together. It's a complicated task.
It is,
And I have an appreciation for that. I have to say, though, I didn't understand that difference. And when you look at that 5-year comparison, it looks like the same thing all the way across. And so, it caught me by surprise. I didn't realize that. And from what I understand, that debt service should be paid for by RVT, which it is. And I understand the give and take with the 75,000 that comes into the city as kind of an administrative grant, and and that's helpful. It's just not accurate as far as
we wanna
reflecting. I don't mean the numbers aren't accurate. I mean when I look at the budget, when anybody else looks at the budget, we don't see that reflected. It's not clear. It's not clear. I just want to make it clear.
That's fine.
And that's all that's the purpose of
But
this
I need to
amendment.
keep in terms of, because we have a June 30th audit, we also have the 12/31 audit, we have, all these audits, and I got to make it separate because those dollars go toward non-transit projects, which
Correct.
we agree to, make them happen, and so I just got to make sure that, we maintain, it doesn't have to really reflect in here, I just have to make sure that.
But we also have to honor the commitments that were made, and the promises that were made, that we wouldn't be, that the city fund wouldn't be paying that debt service. That our general fund wouldn't be paying
That's
debt
correct.
service. And as it looks here, we are. So we need to change that. And it just comes down to that. And however we work those numbers, let's make sure that everybody understands the reality. And if the reality is that the city is paying that debt service, then that needs to be changed as well. So my proposal is to amend this line item to 0, and then I'll have a few other to complement that in the RBT budget.
Correct, yeah.
There's a motion on the floor to amend the line debt service DST to 0. I hear a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes?
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the motion carries.
So make it clear that we're going to maintain the 75 this year, the administrative grant, so to speak, for 2019.
Yeah.
You know, so,
And the city appreciates that. You know, and we don't, I mean, there's so much more that RBT does for the city. I understand that. But let's just make it accurate as far as, you know, what people can understand and see
Okay.
reflected here.
so then you need to make an adjustment in the planning budget to show.
Yes, so we'll turn to page, is it page 7 in the RVT budget? First of all, account 79560, debt service. I will propose that 77,500 that we just removed from the city budget be moved to this line item, making that 677,500 under debt service on page 7 of the RBT budget.
I hear a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello? Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that motion carries.
Then, if I may, then to pay for that, and in communication with Bill on this, we'd like to look at then line 79170, purchase of services, and reduce that 250,000 to 172,500 in order to pay for that amount.
I hear a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Comments or questions?
Just, I indicated to Councilman Henderson that some point next year, this line item partially funds the Delta contract, so I'm gonna have to come back with a transfer when I figure out just how I'm gonna replace those funds. If we wanna keep their services through the entire year, I don't wanna not cancel their contract, so I suggested to him that I would come back then with a transfer, you know, so that we can maintain that contractual relationship.
Yes. And we, you know, obviously, we'll look forward to that and making those adjustments, you know, as necessary.
Probably mid-year at some point. I
Yeah.
think.
Thank you.
Other comments? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes?
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that motion carries. Other comments or questions?
Thank
We're
you
now-
for that.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. We're now back on the budget as a whole. Ms. Mealy?
I just want to be certain Well, I have a couple of things that I'd like to address on page 42 of the general fund budget. And Mr. Pavlik, I'm hoping you can help me with a couple of things. This is the 2019 debt service budget, and I want to make certain, do we need to additionally move numbers around here to, because of that 77.5 leaving the first page of the general fund budget? Or was that simply a direct transfer, so we don't need to address it in our debt service budget? It appeared to me when I looked back to 2018's budget that when we decreased the Spillman, we increased the long-term debt line in our debt service budget last year. That is to say, it seems to me that it is budgeted into page 42, and so we should remove that 77.5, but, okay.
No.
Those numbers are fine. The city's portion of the debt service is 802 for the bond. And about 860 for the $500, the $500,000 2016 note. So that comes out to the 861 or so that's
Okay.
proposed.
So the only place that we need to address that 77.5 in the city's budget is on page 1, the general equity.
Yeah, page 3, but I've reflected that to come through on page 1, yes.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, then the other item that I'd like to address on page 42, the debt service budget, is the proceeds from issuing of borrowing, 44,921, the first line on the debt service budget, which shows a 2019 proposed amount of $250,000. As we learned during the budget sessions last week, that amount is proposed as further debt that the city would incur as a match to a redevelopment and capital assistance program grant that we received at Bowman Field, which is projected to be used in the 2019 fiscal year. And then we see, as in correlation, down in the projected expenditures, a transfer to capital projects of $1.2 million, which will show up partly in the Bowman Services, in the Bowman Field line on the capital projects budget. The city is carrying at this point, a reasonable amount of debt for a city of our size. But as we see in the debt service budget this year, we are proposing to expend more or less $850,000 in paying principal and interest on the existing debt that the city has. And I do not feel that it is in the best interest of the constituents of Williamsport to increase that debt further and pay further debt service. We already pay effectively debt service on pension obligations that were not funded by generations before us, and I don't want my kids to be paying debt service on improvements that were made to the city when I was a council person. So I am going to propose a relatively lengthy potential solution to the Bowman Field grant and expenditure quandary. But the first motion that I will make is to zero out line 44921, so to change that line item from $250,000 to zero.
I hear a motion. Is
Second.
there a second? I'm sorry, I heard a motion and a second now. Let me make sure I have the right line number. We're on page 42.
Projected revenues.
44921, very top.
44921. Okay, thank you.
Okay. To go into a bit more detail, if the city proposes to match a redevelopment and capital assistance grant received from the state to meet the needs of users of Bowman Field, primarily the crosscutters, I think that that's a discussion that we need to have, but it would be my suggestion that instead of taking out borrowing and paying down debt, we commit to budgeting $50,000 annually for the next 5 years to match that grant. And then Mr. Nichols, with no particular with my apologies for throwing this back on you, knowing that the city will be budgeting $250,000 within the next 5 years to make it part of the work that we're doing at Bowman to find someone, whether it be the crosscutters who will put the money forward, or some other partner who would put the money forward and then be compensated by the $50,000 annually. And ideally, we find another source or a more generous source, and we don't budget that funding for the next 5 years, but know that that is something that we can do, and that will avoid us incurring further debt related to Bowman Field. That would be my suggestion, and I have a series of motions related to that, but this would be the first one to lower the debt service line.
So we have a motion and a second to reduce line 44921 by $250,000. Comments or questions? Mr. Anderson?
I know, was it 2 years ago, we made improvements and we borrowed to make those improvements. I think that's, at the time, we were going to be paying debt service for somewhere on the order of 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. Of course, that's all changed now with the, redoing our debt last year, or 2 years ago, or last year. Anyway, okay, so we're already paying for the next 8 years. And so, yeah, I would agree. I don't think it's wise to then add on another however many years of debt for Bowman Field projects. It's tough. It's a tough thing, but at some point we got to realize we just don't have it, and we shouldn't commit our children to pay for it. We're not giving them the choice. We're saying, too bad, you're paying. But it'd be good for them to have that choice if they could do that. Now, if the RACP grant is time sensitive, then yeah, there's something that we have to do, and perhaps Ms. Mealy has a good solution there. But I would agree. I don't want to borrow anymore for Bowman Field. It's just difficult to do that, especially considering the situation we find ourselves in the city as a whole.
Other comments? One, I'd like to jump in on this one. We've gone through various borrowing mechanisms over my time on council, and some of which, and for the ones that I've supported, some of which were harder struggles and some of which were easier struggles, because sometimes it does make sense to go into debt if you can afford it, because you're making a long-term investment, and the investment is worthwhile, and the benefits of the payments extend to the length of time in which you're paying them off. In terms of Bowman Field, I was somebody who struggled with the issue several years ago about whether it made sense to borrow the money and to spend the money on Bowman Field, and I ultimately came to the conclusion that as a city with a very strong history and a history connected specifically to baseball, that it made sense at that time. And of course, that helped to then leverage money coming from the state and coming from Major League Baseball to invest in our historic asset that's become also a modern gym in some ways. And so this year, when we received notice that we had the opportunity to receive additional funding to close out what has been a struggle on how to update that facility my entire time on council, I was pretty excited that $600,000 with matching funds, and I'll get to that part in a second, gets us to everything that we anticipated needing to update that facility. Now, of course, it's always going to continue to need to be updated, but that 10-year struggle to figure out how do we get there, this will get us there if we can come up with the matching funds. But $600,000 of matching funds is a big hurdle, given that we've already done what Mr. Anderson said, invested a lot of local money anyway. Then I became excited when I heard Mr. Nichols last week talk about the progress that he had made in terms of coming up with matching funds to get the city's commitment of those portion of the matching from $600,000 down to $250. And I think we should pause a second and congratulate Mr. Nichols on that progress, because that's substantial. And if we were here talking about $600,000 of borrowing or not borrowing, it's a lot bigger hurdle than getting it down to $250,000. And so Mr. Nichols should be commended for the progress he's already made on that front. But I also agree with Mr. Henderson's sentiments and the sentiments behind the current motion by Ms. Mealy, is that we have a reasonable debt, but growing that debt will begin to push us beyond what is reasonable to something that may not be sustainable. And so, but I don't want to give up the $600,000 in RACP. And so as we've had conversations, I think Ms. Mealy's proposal that will follow that she referenced is a reasonable way to do it. We can still accomplish the goal of getting to this 10-year-old finish line on Bowman Field. We're just going to have to stretch it out a little bit. How we stretch it out, we can work together with Mr. Nichols and the administration in the coming months on how to make sure that that $50,000 a year allows us to leverage the RACP funds in the time frame required. But I think that's doable. And Mr. Nichols is nodding his head, and so hopefully he also thinks it's doable. And it does it where we're done in the most in 5 years, which extends a little bit past all of our current terms, but not very much, and clearly not nearly as much as the 10 years or 20 years that these notes often recognize. And so I think it's a good solution that allows us to accomplish everything we set out to do, but doing it in a more responsible, a sustainable way. So I'll be supporting the motion. Other comments or questions? Ms. Mealy.
Just one, it also eliminates the interest-bearing part of that, hopefully. But, you know, and interest often, especially on a 10 or 15-year, 20-year loan, can amount to something awfully close to the principal. So.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, anyway.
Other comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo? Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. The motion carries reducing line 44921 on page 42 from 250,000 to 0. Ms. Mealy, your floor. You still have the floor.
Thank you. The next motion then extends that idea slightly further. I will amend line 78240 on page 42, transfer to capital projects from 1.2 million back to $950,000.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Comments or questions?
Amending line 78240, transfer to capital projects from 1.2 million to 950,000. Which,
Further explanation?
just to clarify, is we are transferring into the capital projects budget $500,000, $500,000 for work on the levee, and $450,000 for work on City Hall that we acquired with previous borrowing.
And so this just eliminates the transfer that would also then pay
Right.
for the
Yeah,
250.
the presumption of assuming debt for Bowman Field as well.
Other comments, questions? Hearing none, I'm sorry, Mr. Allison.
Would you repeat the amount on the levy?
$500,000 is the note that I have here. Am I correct? I will note that we transferred a chunk of that into the capital projects budget last year, and most of it's gone back. That
Right.
is to say, we transferred $1 million at some point and spent 50,000, and then, but this year we are hoping to begin working to use that $500,000 as a matching, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, sorry, but the budget has a couple of times now for debt service showed us transferring that money, but we have not yet expended it.
We
this year.
haven't, but
Yeah.
I wanted the point to be reinforced that we do have money for the levy. You've been questioned whether we're ignoring it or not. We're not,
No.
and we're doing our part at this point.
In fact, as just an aside, and this isn't anything connected to the budget, but could council ask Mr. Pavlak, Mr. Nichols, to put together a spreadsheet at some point in the future, near future, but in the future after all this is done, that would show essentially the project spreadsheet for the levies that's equivalent to what we see for Gateway, et cetera, that helps to make sure that we capture everything that we've spent so far in all of the planning and study, and that now we'll begin to capture the implementation side of things. And then as we, with the county's assistance, secure additional dollars from other sources, would then be added to that ongoing spreadsheet to show, so that we all can capture, as we explain it to others, what the city's contribution has been, which has been substantial, well over $1 million at this point before any implementation has been accomplished. And planned already, if you add that plus the money that we've set aside for implementation locally, a couple $1 million, we really do have skin in the game. And I know that those that we're asking for funds from the state and federal sources have asked, what skin do we have in the game? And that such a spreadsheet would give us nice documentation to use in making those arguments. Let me make sure that, because I distracted us there for a second, that we recognize that we have a motion to amend on page 42 on the floor. So let me go to Mrs. Katz.
I just want to emphasize what you're saying here. Mr. Nichols has already started a spreadsheet on that.
What's that?
You've already started the spreadsheet on the information on the levy.
Yeah.
You've already said that you will have that for us next year, that we'll have
Yeah,
all that
we're trying-
information. We've already addressed these.
As you mentioned, the county's involved, and so the givens are, we have $1 million RACB grant. The first phase is for the relief wells. We had allocated $500,000 out of the bond issue. We have previous costs with our consulting firm. So, and then there's Act 13 money that's been budgeted, and so now we've got to look for the infill from the county and other stakeholders, South Side, because they're going to be part of the relief well project. So we're sort of waiting for final strategy from the county in terms of what their participation will be and South Side's participation will be. But on our side, we're pretty well set, I think.
Right, and just having a dollar figure that we all know and can tell anybody who asks. The city has already contributed $2 million, I think, is a rough ballpark figure to this effort.
Close to $1 million for all the consulting and all.
Yeah, just the study, I know exceeds $1 million, and then $1 million in borrowing on top of that. I saw a hand down that way,
I just
Mr.
very
Noville.
quickly suggest that the idea of that spreadsheet, being that within the community, one of the biggest talking points is the levy, obviously. To have a reference sheet of that sort so that the public can take a look at that helps clarify some of the questions that I'm being asked as well. And I'm sure everybody else here on council at the same time being asked those types of questions. It would be nice to have something to refer to, and I'm thankful for Bill for stepping in on the process.
Like to give you what we did with the Third Street project, where the grants and then all the local stakeholders that are part of the local contributions, and we've been able to knock on doors and get that all finalized. Now, I just got to figure out who's knocking on what door for the rest of it.
If Mr. Grado is known for his binders full of resolutions, you may be known for your spreadsheets.
Yeah.
Ms. Mealy?
Actually, no, I don't have anything further on that, except to say that perhaps someday I will succeed in papering a couple of rooms in my house with Bill's spreadsheets.
I think you might be able to insulate a couple of your rooms.
That's possible.
Any other comments on the motion to amend line 78240? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, the motion carries. Ms. Mealy?
All right, if I still have the floor, let's move to page 37, the 2019 capital projects budget. Mr. Nichols, I will seek your input here a little bit. My first motion is to amend line 49211, transfer from debt service from 1.2 million to $950,000. And I'll ask for a second.
Second.
I hear a motion and a second. Comments?
Merely that I'm reflecting what we just did in the debt service budget.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, motion carries.
Me too.
Mr. Allison? It's too early for that.
We've just gotten started, I think. Ms. Mealy?
All right. And the next job that we have then, of course, is, is twofold. I had proposed a $50,000 contribution from the general fund budget, and I will address in a moment where I would recommend that come from. And then we also need to find the remaining $200,000. Need to line it out in order to balance the capital projects budget for 2019. We need to put $200,000 into one of these lines. Mr. Nichols, where would you like me to put that $200,000?
Or reduce the expenditure.
Or reduce the expenditure. That's also an
Yeah,
option. I'm really asking, should we reduce the expenditure? Should we put it into the cross-cutters private line, recognizing that that's kind of a wish list item that may or may not come to fruition? Should we create a separate line?
I don't know. Joe, I mean, do you have any?
We have the line undetermined Army Corps of Engineers, but I think that pretty clearly correlates to levy funding. So I didn't want to. We could do undetermined Bowman Field.
My
Your
suggestion,
intent is general fund or some other current source that we have, so maybe from transfer from other sources and an undetermined loan.
I think we'll be able to solve the $50,000 figure
Yeah,
in a bit.
it's
The
the
question
200,000.
is,
The
where, my suggestion would be to reduce capital budget projected expenditures, Bowman Field, to $1,050,000, reflecting that in 2019, that would be the limit of what we would expend unless other sources of revenue
Not
were
sure how
identified.
that'll affect the Bowman Field project, I'm not sure of the timeline.
Yeah, that, and my recommendation is all
Right.
dependent on what Mr. Nichols might need, given the RACP timeline and the construction timeline.
I'm also happy to move forward with discussing the $50,000 that I do have a proposal for, Mr. Nichols, if you'd like a moment to think about that.
Let me think about that.
And/or we can potentially, I can currently reduce the revenue and the expenditures, and we can revisit it in a week's time if we prefer to have some discussions on it further. For the $50,000, I am proposing that funding come from the Act 13 budget on page 43. We currently have $105,000 budgeted from Act 13 for street resurfacing and rehabilitation. And it would be my suggestion that the city is putting, frankly, more money than we anticipated putting into streets this year. We're also looking at major reconstruction on 3rd Street and 4th Street in the coming few years. And so it would be my suggestion that we reduce the street resurfacing and rehab line item by $50,000 and create a line item that's capital investment Bowman Field. that line item to theoretically continue within Act 13 for the remaining. We're going to need to take it twice.
And so here, question solicitor, what she's suggesting is reducing street resurfacing on Act 13 and moving that expenditure into a new line item, Bowman Field. Do those need to be two separate steps? They should be two separate. Okay, because one's a reduction and one's an increase. Okay, so it sounded like your first motion is to reduce street resurfacing by 50,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion, a second. Comments or questions? Mrs. Katz?
Okay, you're going to take $50,000 out of Act 13 money, but you're just going to add a line item that has nothing to do with Act 13 for Bowman Field, right?
To clarify, it is part of Act 13. All the changes she's proposing in the next step will simply amend the Act 13 budget. But the idea is to reduce expenditures on street resurfacing to fund the match on Bowman Field so that we can still move forward with Bowman Field without borrowing.
Do that with Act 13, though, can you?
You can do.
Can you?
Yeah, that's eligible.
Yeah, we can spend it.
Yeah, we probably should review it before second reading, but given what I know about Act 13, there is quite a bit of
They have so many
flexibilities.
stipulations.
There's 19, I think, 13 or 19 different areas.
19, I think it's like 19 or 20 different ones.
And I'm fairly certain that there would be the ability to have that flexibility.
I would like to make sure that's a fact.
We will before second reading. I will if
Yeah, and I'll double check myself, but all of us can. I have a motion and a second. Other comments or questions on the reduction of street resurfacing by $50,000? Mr. Slaughter?
I was wondering if there's any input from Mr. Winder on how maybe the streets or anything. I didn't know if, and I'm not trying to put you on a spot, I apologize. I didn't know if we're taking 50 out of, we know the conditions of some of our streets and moving it to Bowman, that doesn't necessarily generate any real money. It's just, I'm just a discussion point that.
I mean, before Mr. Winder
And he doesn't need to
comments,
answer right now. I'm not trying to put him
Yeah,
put you on the spot. I apologize for that.
I'd like to address your question, and he can as well, because I've long been an advocate for spending more on streets. People have heard me say this a long time, and we all struggle with hitting potholes and having rough streets. But one of the things I've learned is steady is probably the way to go. I've also seen, we made good progress this year. I think, as he said the other night, we made good progress because, one, we spent more money than normal as a city in all of our various sources. Two, the utilities, thanks to the work of the Public Works Committee a couple of years ago, the utilities are now contributing more real dollars into real street reconstruction, not just making future potholes. And then, of course, PennDOT, thanks to their additional revenue off of the gasoline tax, is spending more dollars. And so for the first time in a long time, I feel like we gained more ground than we lost. And we can also look ahead to next year, where the city has currently budgeted more than usual, thanks to growth of our revenue in terms of liquid fuel. The PennDOT is spending more than usual, even more than they did this year, because of reconstruction on 3rd and on 4th Street, different parts of the city, thankfully. And I believe Public Works has reported to us that the utilities intend to do more real paving next year. And so I feel like maybe we're turning the corner. I'd prefer not to reduce this, but I think my intention is to support this and maybe a couple other changes in this regard. because maybe we've turned the corner and because I prefer not to borrow more, then I'd prefer not to see this particular reduction, given that we've got some other good news in this particular line item. So that's my thinking in answer, Mr. Slaughter, to your specific question. Mr. Winter may completely disagree with me, and that'd be all right, but I thought I'd jump in there, given the opportunity.
Yeah, that's fine.
Other comments or questions, Mr. Noviello?
I just, having spent most of my time on the Public Works Committee, I've gotten close to the streets issues. And we've done a lot of walking the streets, and Adam and I have been out a couple of different places where we've had some other issues that have been dealt with on occasion. And, I'm troubled by taking any money away from the streets, repair and such. But with the advent of as was noted here by Dr. Williamson, the advent of the utilities stepping up to the plate a bit more than they have in times past, relieves a little bit of my concern about this. My hope would be that we do our very best as shortly as possible to recoup that money and put it right back where it belongs. And if we can sort of make that understood, then I'm less troubled by accepting this amendment.
Ms. Mealy?
It would be my suggestion, much as we did this year when we did receive the extra funding through liquid fuels, we had add alternates to our existing street contract that we were able to take advantage of. And I think because we've looked at a handful of things, we've removed the potential income from property sales in the city. We've removed the, potential income from tax revenue, which I don't think we were going to get. But should the city be fortunate enough to receive some amount of revenue related to property sales or some other windfall related to liquid fuels, that we would have ad alternates in place that we could put that money directly back into the streets if we so choose.
Other comments on the motion? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nobiello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, the motion carries.
Now, Mr. Chairman, I would just finish that off, just add a line item undetermined Bowman Field for 200,000.
On the revenue side of the
Right.
capital budget?
Yes,
Okay.
under the cross-cut line item there.
Okay, we've got a couple more steps, I think, before we get there.
Okay.
So, Ms. Mealy?
So next, under projected expenditures in the 2019 Act 13 fund budget, I would put I would insert a line, Bowman Field, and fund that line with $50,000.
Hear a motion, is there a second?
So moved.
Motion and a second, comments or questions? Mr. Henderson?
This, of course, connected to all of these series, but to put forth 50,000, the first of 5 years of payments in that sense, to acquire that RACB grant. Thank you.
Other comments? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nobiello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. And that motion carries. Ms. Mealy?
If I can state as a comment on the RACP grant and the match from city funds, I think I look at it like this. I do not believe the city should engage in any further borrowing for any purpose related, especially to Bowman Field. I welcome the discussion of whether or not we feel as though we can support taking these funds out of the city's general fund in this particular time and over the course of the next 5 years. But I think that the solution that I'm proposing is not necessarily me closing the book and saying we're going to pay out $250,000 for Bowman Field. What I am saying is this is the only path forward that I'm comfortable with. And so if we are going to leave and I sense that we will, we likely do not want to leave a $600,000 grant on the table. If we are going to utilize the redevelopment and capital assistance grant at Bowman Field, then this is the only mechanism through which I am comfortable with funding it. And I welcomed the larger discussion with my fellow members of council, but I believe what I have heard overwhelmingly from the other folks that I sit on city council with, at least, is that borrowing in any form, but especially in this form, is simply no longer acceptable for us as a municipality. And so that's where it leaves me.
And then, did you want to follow up on Mr. Nichols' recommendation in the capital budget?
Sure, Mr. Allison,
Yeah.
he had asked for the floor for a moment.
Reference to what
Mr. Allison.
Councilman Mealy just said, I did vote for that change, but I'm going to be interested to hear from Mr. Winder what effect that has. I think it's easy to move numbers, but what effect that would have on... No, I'm not. You said you were going to think about it and get back. And I said, I'm going to be interested in eventually hearing that, because it's not just dollars and cents. It comes down to actual streets. And
To balance out the amount of streets we have that need repaired versus the funding we have to repair them, how much can we move around in liquid fuels to cover what's being taken from Act 13? Essentially, I'm going to have to look at reducing equipment line item in liquid fuels to cover the 50,000 we're taking from Act 13. There's going to be some balancing. I mean, I don't have a definite answer on how I feel about it, but we'll definitely look at it and get an answer for you.
yeah, I mean, I think that's germane to this conversation as well. Thank you.
The next,
Mrs. Katz?
You know, to follow up on that, you know, we're in a catch-22 here, where the taxpayers, first things they want are they want good streets and less taxes, okay? And you hear that all the time. And to take away from our streets, especially when you had a program already up for next year of what was going on, of what our plans are for the streets throughout the city, because we're piggybacking on other entities at this point. And we're trying to, you know, bring our city together as far as all those projects. I think everybody is tired that at the end of the year, when we run out of money, the street that was going to get repaired was your neighbor's street, and that gets pushed down until next year. And I mean, it is a problem, it really is. Then let's take Bowman Field. We're contractual right now with that, and you know, we have to have the things fixed in Bowman Field because of what we promised.
Bowman Field is a scoreboard. Every time it rains, it will cost roughly $1,000 every day. So if it rains the day before the game or the day of the game, you know, we're no longer under contract for service under it. It's 10 years old. The warranty is basically up. We can't renew it. So I can count on every time it rains, it's going to cost us roughly $1,000 to have Letchi come in. We have to rent a lift, have them repair the digits or whatever else should go wrong with the scoreboard. So if it rains 20 times, we're at $2,000 right there. So it's trying to find a happy balance.
And it's your department that takes care of this. So therefore, like I said, it's a catch-22.
Right.
You know,
That's a
where
good
we
point.
want to go. So again, here we go. Exactly.
What's
You'll figure it out, Adam.
Bill had a solution, so.
yeah, okay. My next motion then will be, just to finish out this particular train of thought, under 49211 on page 37, 2019 capital projects budget, I am going to increase transfer from the general fund from $0 to $50,000. Oh, no, excuse me, transfer from Act 13. We don't even have that. I'm sorry, Joe, I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm going to create a line transfer from Act 13.
is that, just double checking before we ask for the second, Joe, is that the right mechanism for what you need to do what she's been working on?
Yeah, it keeps the total expense in this one, that's all, yeah.
Okay. So is there a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. To make sure I understand what we're doing at this point, we've, instead of funding Bowman Field work with $250,000 of debt service, we've eliminated that. Now, instead of spending $50,000 in Act 13 money on streets, we've now allocated that Act 13 dollars to pay for Bowman, which we now then need to show as a projected revenue in the capital budget, where then on the next page we see the expenditures on Bowman. So we have a motion to add $50,000 as a transfer from Act 13 to the capital budget line on page 37. Is there a second?
Yes, I have a second.
Mr. Henderson seconds. Comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Spieley.
Yes.
Mr. Novello.
Yes.
Mr. Henderson.
Yes.
Mrs. Katz.
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter.
No.
Mr. Allison.
Yes.
Dr. Williamson.
Yes. So that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, Joe just mentioned to me, and there's a multitude of sources that we've used to fund street resurfacing. And I think, with the change in the community development department, I think that we may be able to squeeze that out of the community development budget somehow. So we'll report back on that at the next meeting, so that we can replace that somehow from another funding source.
And I'll note that if my math is correct, from a week or so ago, I added up all of the sources when we were having the discussions with Ms. Winder, and it was, prior to this change, $937,000, and this would leave it at about, if I'm doing the math correctly, $887,000, which remains above the $750,000 or so that's been our target for the last number of years. So
I don't know.
even if we're not able to refund it, fund it again, I'll say be more clear.
I think it's been a while since we closed out previous community development years, there's always a little bit left over from certain projects. So, I think we need to look at that because it appears to be a priority to try to hit that number. So Joe and I will look at that.
Absolutely. And I think we have one more step maybe on this line of
Well, first off,
thoughts.
Mr. Nichols, be honest, did you look around the table and say, Stephanie's not here?
Well, that's why,
Hope she's not watching either.
She might be able to.
Here's someone coming down the hall.
I was hoping you didn't notice.
Actually, and one last question for Mr. Winder before I do make the final motion to complete these steps. Mr. Winder, can you discuss with me a little bit, if we have $937,000 allocated to street reconstruction currently for 2019, which we're hoping to make happen by July-ish of 2019 this year, correct, letting the contract. Explain to me a little bit why that number is important to you and why, and what it is that we're hoping to accomplish specifically. I guess I'm trying to understand if we're historically at 750 and we've been able to boost it to 937, which is great. What is it that we're hoping to get done that has to happen in that big chunk?
Canton Street from 4th Street to just above Little League Boulevard is part of Pathway Phase 4, which is part of the street reconstruction project. We have so many streets that are deplorable, and UGI did a half pave, and we never picked up the other half. So the constant calls of reflection, it looks like, on the city, because we basically did a half a job, even though it was UGI that paved it. We're trying to clean that stuff up. Campbell Street Hill is, you can't patch it anymore. It's just so bad. Royal Avenue in Newberry, which has been on the lists for 8 years, 9 years, and keeps getting bumped. We're trying to make those citizens happy by getting that done, but that involves drainage, which is a lot more cost. You have the East Third Street project going on, which we're gonna try to do some paving down around there to clean up what is not being paved within that project so that the whole area is nice. It's just so many roads are just riddled with potholes, and you can only patch them so much. Hawthorne Avenue is another one. We're taking 2 block sections every year till the entire stretch of Hawthorne Avenue is done. You know, Park Avenue, we're trying to do the Park Avenue project. It's almost not even drivable. So you have such a large stretch of road that needs to be covered, and we're trying to stretch the money as far as we possibly can, and people that, you know, have been promised for years and years the roads to be done, we're finally gonna catch them. You know, going with UGI and the Water Authority and piggybacking off their half width, you get a hot seam versus a cold seam, so the road will last a whole lot longer. If you go in a year afterwards and pave it, chances are the road will be lucky it makes it to 5 years. So we're just trying to get on track, and this was the perfect year to do it with the extra money. It was the big goal of the administration, and we'll make it work. I mean, there's a way to make it happen, just I gotta figure it out. We'll make a cut somewhere in the program if we have to.
Just trying to understand exactly what our projections are. And the half-width paving makes, especially, I mean, all of it makes perfect sense, but the half-width paving in particular, if we can recognize a long-term savings on a road by meeting, by
10 years, 12 years for a roadway, if you pave the whole thing at once versus 5 years is a significant difference.
And there, I know we're getting sadly off track here, and I apologize. There's nothing we can do with that in terms of utility I mean, obviously, we can't require a utility to pave the entire road when they come in.
The ordinance reads, Joe, correct me if I'm wrong, 5 cuts over 250 feet requires half width.
4 cuts.
4 cuts, I'm sorry. Half width is regulated at 12 foot.
Yeah, half a lane width.
And unless they exceed the center of the roadway, they're only required to pave half a width.
And I'm guessing that's relatively standard across most municipalities, correct? That's what I figured. Okay. All right. Thank you very much for digressing with me there. If I can return to the project at hand currently, I would like to add in under line 49214 and under transfer from other sources, a 4th line that reads Bowman Field undetermined. Joe, Bill, is that what you were asking? Bowman Field undetermined?
Yes.
And fund it in a total amount of $200,000.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. And the motion carries. Other, Ms. Mealy, are you?
I'll stand down for a second if you don't mind, having
Sure,
completed that, and
absolutely.
give somebody else the floor for a second.
Comments, questions, motions?
Joel's.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson?
Can we look at the IT budget, page 26? I want to thank Mr. Cooley for the 5-year budget plan. Appreciate that. That is a great help as we look to the future here. According to the 5-year budget plan, the equipment line item is $28,000 on the plan. I'm wondering, can we reduce that? In this budget, it's at $40,000. So to keep it with the plan, I'm wondering, can we see some some savings in reducing that to that plan at 28,000. I don't know if you can address that, or Joe.
No, because in the previous year, he's assuming carryover, which we're not showing in our estimated numbers for 2018, along with if he completes all of his projects in the 2019 year, even with the 28,000 that he's trying to stretch over the periods of years, we'll leave him with a deficit.
Okay, so
Or shortfall.
it comes down to the carryover, which we don't
We're trying
have.
to show in the budget, he's trying to show a plan over a 5-year period of spending $28,000, $30,000 a year. We're trying to show the actual amounts in a specific year for our actual budgeting purposes.
Right.
Some years will be over, some will be under, but consistently, just trying to get every year.
Okay, so then we can expect that next year it's going to be less than a 28? Yeah, I'm just trying to reconcile, I mean, understand to a degree what you're saying about the carryovers, but,
In 2020, he should be right around the $28,000 figure.
okay, which is the budget we're looking at now. So we could reduce that 40,000 to 35. Okay, because I see your balance forward there at 34.6, which is 35 for us. Okay, I think I'm getting that there. So then, in the following years, we're depending on those carryovers, and we'll just be budgeting 28 each year? Or we're just, some will be more, some will be less? I mean, how's that work?
Next year, 2020 will be around about 28. 2020.
Okay, the actual expenditures, but if we keep a constant 28 in view, we spread it out over those. So if it's 11 in 2020, then when we get to the 45 in 2021, it balances out, is kind of the idea. But we reflect that in the budget each year. I mean, we don't just put 28 there. That's going to go up and down each year.
Go on the actual anticipated spend for the year.
Yeah. Okay, so to start this plan then, we need 35. We have 40. So I will make the proposal that we change line item 64010 equipment from 40 to 35.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Ms. Mealy?
Just to catch up with that, Chris, Neal, excuse me, I was looking at another line item. We think that 35 is the minimum that we can go with in the 2019 budget to accomplish everything that we need to begin to accomplish. Mm-hmm. Okay. Can it be a 6-year plan?
We're already pushing in year 5 the servers.
Mm-hmm.
So that we should probably be the server should probably be bought out in year 2021 instead of 2022.
Okay.
We could potentially, the City Hall wireless upgrades, we could potentially move that. But the public address features keeps coming back around.
Mm-hmm. I'm willing to yield the floor to anyone. I'm just trying to figure out ways to
Other
bring that
comment?
number down a little further.
Yeah. Other comments then?
And I guess before I yield the floor then, just as an apology to everyone out there watching and to everyone from the administration who's here tonight, I don't believe that it was anyone's intent on city council to nickel and dime things out over the course of several hours on a Thursday evening. However, part of the issue with a budget that has some inflated income estimates and is perhaps too tightly trimmed elsewhere is we need to find this money, or perhaps we won't be able to, but it means that everything has to get nickel and dimed out here. And so it's a long process and an unpleasant one. And it involves a lot of sticky questions for folks. Sorry, Chris. But, and now, if anyone else has anything they'd like to interject.
Other comments or questions on the motion? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. And so the line 64010 on page 26 is reduced to 35,000. Other comments? Mr. Anderson, do you have additional?
One more. Let's look at page 25. And, obviously, I agree with Councilwoman Mealy. It's difficult, but, we have to look at every dollar so we can find as much as we possibly can. And so I'm wondering about line item 70180, which is the did I get that wrong? I think
73010?
yeah, the advertising. That's what I want to look at. We are budgeted at 3,500. Obviously, we're making some cuts in our personnel. I don't anticipate that we're looking to hire too many. Our budget doesn't reflect that. So I'm wondering, do we need 35,000 for advertising?
3,500.
Or, I'm sorry, 3,500? Yeah. No, boy, we don't need that much.
I think that the HR office would be fine with a reduction in that number. A lot of our job advertising, they're trying to look at new media or new ways of doing that. For instance, Indeed or other online services. It'd probably be smart to try to keep some of that in there, maybe for our summer recreation programs where it's not necessarily a professional service. So I'm not sure what you're proposing, but I'm sure that a reduction could be supported due to the new nature of the advertising for open positions.
If we reduced that by 2,000, bringing it down to 1,500, do you think that would be?
I'm not sure that there would be an argument with that.
Okay, that would be my proposal, to reduce that line item from 3,500 to 1,500. Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There's a motion and a second. Other comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the motion is approved. The line 73010 is now at $1,500 as opposed to the original proposal, which was 35, saving 2,000. Mr. Anderson?
Will you back?
Other comments, questions, motions? Ms. Mealy?
I'll make a motion to perform a similar action on page 19 in the on the recreation administration page. Clearly, with the advent of social media advertising, et cetera, advertising can be both much more targeted and, in some cases, much less expensive. I note that Ms. Novinger may do with, so far, $1,500, or an estimated $1,500 worth of expenditures on advertising this year, and yet we have $5,000 budgeted for next year. And so my motion is to reduce that budget of $5,000 to $2,500. Allowing $2,500 to drop to the bottom line.
There's a motion. Is there a second? Hearing a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Mr. Noviello?
I think it's a fair reduction. If we look at the actual, in 2018, it was only 1,500. We're still pumping in another $1,000 on top of what we spent. So that gives a little bit of wiggle room there and saves us some money at the same time.
Other comments? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. Motion carries.
What was that reduction?
It was
What was the amount?
2,500 is of reduction. So from 5 to 25. You good? Okay. Other comments, questions? Ms. Mealy?
I'll issue a challenge, I suppose. Mr. Pavlak, you're welcome to correct me if I've missed something or counted something twice, but I went through the budget and added up all the areas referencing general office supplies or office supplies and came up with a total of about $53,000 across every department in the city. Okay. That's why I say it's possible I'm wrong. But I would say that it's a minimum of $53,000, potentially more. It's possible I missed something. With that said, that's a lot of money for paper and paper clips and pens and et cetera, et cetera. In the digital age, once again, I think that it should be possible for us, looking across all the budgets in the city, to figure out ways to get better value for what we're getting, and to figure out ways, frankly, to be more ecologically minded as well. It cuts both ways. It's better to use less paper for the environment. It's better for our budget. It's better to use fewer office supplies for the environment and for our bottom line. With that in mind, I would propose a 20% cut to office supply costs across all departments for a net gain of something around $10,000.
Can we just make the motion for a reduction to be distributed at the discretion of the administration of $10,000 in general office supplies and office supplies line items?
I think that's probably best a question for the
Okay.
solicitor.
Rather than a percentage.
Right.
For you, rather than a
Thank you.
percentage.
Right.
From a distributed at the discretion of the administration, a dollar figure works. Okay.
And I would say I try not to, when I looked at the budget, as when I look at most anything in my life, if I'm proposing a problem, if I'm proposing something, I'm attempting to offer also to be part of the solution or to propose a solution. If in some way or another I can be helpful in trying to create low waste strategies within City Hall, I'm more than happy to participate in that. And I would certainly suggest that one strategy for reducing paper use in City Hall would be to stipulate that everything arrives in electronic format unless otherwise requested. But anyway, I never like to impose something that I'm not willing to help with. So if I can be of any aid with that, I would be more than willing to.
So I hear a motion to reduce general office supplies and office supplies line items by a collective $10,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second, comments or questions? Mr. Henderson.
Just to say, I think it's fair, and I think our city employees are creative enough to find ways to do that, and that's one line item that maybe is a little more flexible than the other line items. So while it's difficult, it has to be. It's difficult for everybody, with this budget and this situation, just where we are. Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Allison.
And we've had some discussion, we may be able to find some economies in purchasing. Not just there, but in other places, as we explore that, so, yeah.
Right.
That's something to keep in mind.
Coordinating purchases across departments, as well as potentially working between the administration and the city clerk and council to find ways to streamline even the packet process. I know we go through a ton of paper, and we've discussed in the past moving to electronic versions. There's some practical natures of that that would need to be overcome, maybe using technology, maybe some other ways, but I think we can manage some improvements in our process that way, because we've been doing this, our packets and all the paper involved in our packets the same way for, Mr. Mayor, do you know? As long as you and I can remember, right? At least that long. So maybe we can enter the 21st century in some ways that would save the city some additional dollars. So I support the idea.
Save our city clerk carrying all this.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any additional comments on this motion? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. The motion carries. Other comments, questions, motions? Mr. Noviel?
I'd like to turn our attention to page 31,
Okay.
under purchase of services. Line item 79140, health officer. Suppose we reduce that by $2,000.
Just to be clear, 32, correct? Health officer.
I have mine is on 31.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was thinking Board of Health, not Health Officer. My confusion. And I'm sorry, did you make your motion?
Yes, to reduce that by $2,000.
All right. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Comments or questions? Mr. Novial, do you want to start?
Just the fact that we had budgeted 3,000 and last year's expense was only 700. We can reduce that and still add 300 to it and give it a full $1,000. It's mandatory $3,000? Okay, then
Regal?
You're gone? Oh, I thought, for some reason, I thought he was.
I thought he moved.
So did I.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he came back? Oh, okay. Then obviously I withdraw my proposal. Good, all right, thank you. I withdraw that proposal.
I believe there's a second would also need to withdraw.
Withdraw.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or questions? Mr. Henderson?
Can we just follow up on that 700 then? What is that figure in that actual, we're estimated at 700 when we required 3,000? How's that work out? Okay. Okay, okay. I see. So it's just a partial year. Okay, thank you.
Mr.
I was just going to say, if we are required to have a health officer and we don't currently have one, are we in the process of searching for one? Yes, we have one, actually. We have 2 people that are available to be on. Okay. Thanks. Oh, okay. You mean the one that just came onto the board? Yeah, Updegraph? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she's great, yeah.
Additional comments, questions? I will take the opportunity to offer a couple motions. One, I think, was the recommendation of the administration. I didn't want to have this one get lost. I remember during our budget session, there was a discussion about the auditing service more or less being a typo. And if I remember correctly, the information we received after the budget session is that on page 35, the controllers, under the controller's budget, that typo amounted to $10,000 that we needed to reduce in line 70110 from 63,000 to 53,000. But let me check with the administration, make sure I had that information correct. I'm hearing a yes, so that's my motion, is reduce on the controller's page the auditing services line by $10,000 at the administration's recommendation. I hear a motion. I have a second to my motion. Comments or questions? Mrs. Katz.
Why did it increase so much? It went from 45,000, okay, what was budgeted for 45,000 went up to 61. Don't we know what the audit's going to be beforehand?
No, if you read my memorandum, actually, my estimate is 51.
We have 61.
That is my correction that I addressed from the previous budget.
Okay, I didn't see that, okay. But still in all, isn't there a set fee for the audit that you would know?
But there was the addition of a portion of the redevelopment authorities also. They don't have any income streams coming in, but they're required to have an audit prepared. So in order to keep them going, we have to bear that cost.
Is that an ongoing, would that be an ongoing cost then, every year then? That we would take up that cost every year? Okay, which we didn't have, obviously, before.
Previously, they were still being supported through admin costs, I believe, through block grant funds.
And that can't be accomplished anymore?
It's administrative cost for them, and they're
That's right, Stephanie talked about that they were doing away with that, right.
to find additional sources and stretch it as long as we could, but it's to the point that they can't absorb those costs.
Right, I remember Stephanie talking about that. Thank you, Joe.
Additional comments or questions? And we're on the auditing services. Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that motion is approved. Additional comments, questions? Ms. Mealy?
A few other questions on the Act 13 budget for 2019. I'm assuming these should be addressed to Mr. Nichols and Mr. Pavlov. Obviously, we received $145,000 more this year than we expected to in Act 13 funding. And I'm showing, according to the budget, that we'll be spending $45,000 of that on street resurfacing, correct? That is to say, we received an extra $145,000 over what we budgeted last year, right? 45,000 of that went into streets?
Correct.
And is included in the street contract that we just authorized, correct? Okay, yes, okay. The 100,000 that I'm showing in the flood levy certification line,
It was the intent of the administration to start to set funding aside with the additional funds that we received
okay,
in 2018, and we're hoping to continue that on as we see in the
19 budget. So we have not expended the 100,000 that we received this year.
That's correct. We're just programming
It's set aside.
additional funds that we've received on a year-to-year basis.
Got it.
That's a multi-year budget, so it doesn't necessarily be spent
I understand. I'm just sort of asking. So the money is, we're holding that and we're basically building funding in that line. So in addition to the $500,000 that we're looking at spending on the levy this year, we're setting aside effectively at this point then with next year's proposed Act 13 income, next year's estimated Act 13 income, $200,000 for flood levy in, of Act 13 funding.
If we received our full expectation of 450, we would have 200 set aside for Act.
Right, and obviously, we all know that Act 13 we won't hear about until I believe it's what, July or August of this coming year. So right, we won't have a firm number until then. But we have seen an uptick in Act 13 funding that I would anticipate will probably continue through this year. So the 450 is likely not an elevated number.
Can I ask a follow-up real quick before you move on to your next question? In flood levy recertification, we've completed, I'm just trying to get that big picture. Of course, we don't have the spreadsheet. We've just asked for the spreadsheet, so I'm just trying to get the knowledge that spreadsheet will clearly show. We've completed and paid for the study phase, and that's been fully funded, and all money that we've allocated towards the studies have been expended, correct? And we have borrowed and set aside through the bond financing $500,000 and not expended that money to serve as a match for, or whatever needs to be spent on the remediation that we don't have a firm figure on, but we know over the next 4 or 5 years will total some $10, $15 million more. That's.
There may be a small portion with the outstanding wooden contracts.
Okay. But we have funding for that in place already, not on the Act 13 money? Correct. Okay. So, and then.
They're currently doing specs for the relief well project.
Right, okay. So, and then, so basically cash in hand, under this proposed budget plus the bond financing is $700,000. Plus we have a $1 million RACP allocation.
Correct.
That has to have a 100% match.
Correct.
Right.
I think the budget is.
But we have an agreement
But we have an agreement with
the county and another municipality, correct, related to the RACP grant?
Yeah, the county is going to administer the RACP grant. That's
Do we
correct.
know
Well,
how
and the
much?
match is my question.
Have they committed to a match amount?
No, that hasn't been fully determined.
Okay.
I think the budget is about $2,250,000, of which I think the city portion is $1,250,000 and the south side portion is $1 million. But that needs to be pulled.
Right, but out of that $1,250,000 that would be our portion, the county has indicated they will take on a share.
Yes.
Okay, but we don't have a sense of what
No.
that share would be.
No.
Okay, thank you for helping me understand that one.
We do have a sense, if I can then follow up on that, that the $500,000 that we have, or what remains of the $500,000 that we have in borrowing for the levy will be sufficient to cover our share of the match for the RACP grant?
Yes.
Okay. I'm simply
I
trying.
think, I think we're okay.
Okay.
So we have,
Because it would be about 60-40, so 600, then we have 500 and 100, yes, I think we're okay.
so that would leave 100 of the 500 plus 100 plus 100, 700. That would leave 100 theoretically for whatever the next phase would be after the relief wells? But not
Yeah,
yet?
I don't have a complete handle on the final costs through the consultant, but there might be a little. If we continue to do the 100,000 a year, I would be safe to say that maybe some of that could be carved out if you're looking to reallocate some of that.
And I
Nickel and
think,
dime?
and I think that may be Ms. Mealy's question
I was
is,
sort of sensing that.
yeah.
Because have we asked about anything yet that we weren't trying to take money out of?
What's that?
Okay, so we do anticipate ongoing costs with wood that are not, that would not count toward the relief well. That is to say, everything that we're spending with wood, I believe, counts as a match on any grant funding that we would receive.
Yeah, that would count as a match.
Right, but the issue is
Well, the
if the
question
total,
is what-
if the total expenditure required for X, Y, or Z project is,
Right, if that would
right.
eat up all the
Then the
match,
match doesn't
and,
matter.
aside from the consulting money, you can use it as a match, but that formula needs to be figured out in terms of,
Okay.
we'll get that done, so.
okay. Okay, but
But I mean, I'd say, if you're looking to reallocate something for something, I mean, if over the next month or two, we see an issue, we can always reallocate it back, but I think you're free to, suggest something, and then we can work towards what you're looking to achieve, so.
what I am looking for out of Act 13 funding is the soft costs that are currently budgeted, the soft costs for East 3rd Street, if possible, that are currently budgeted in the streets and parks.
That's the only soft costs that would impact the general fund. Everything else is being picked up by RBT and other local partners.
Right.
That $50,000 is required by PennDOT to have a PennDOT approved inspector.
Right.
So that's the amount that they said we have to have in a budget, so.
I'm simply looking to remove that from the general fund, and I would propose perhaps removing then, I'm asking for your input before I make a motion, but
I see that as a friendly
as
amendment.
a possibility. Once again, I have absolutely no interest in lowering the amount of money we have available to invest in the levy. On the other hand, I also know that we need to have a balanced budget, and so I'm continuing to make hard choices here amongst rocks and hard places, all of which are relatively unfriendly. I would then make a motion to reduce flood levy certification in the 2019 Act 13 fund budget by $50,000 to $50,000.
There's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. And to be clear, just to make sure I'm clear, the intention is then to have that money available to fund the soft costs so that those can move forward with the 3rd Street project, which would then relieve pressure on the general fund.
Right.
Okay, I want to make sure I understood that.
All of it, yeah.
Comments or questions then on the motion to reduce flood lease recertification Act 13 funding by $50,000? Mr. Slaughter.
If we're thinking, how will that impact down the road?
Yeah, and I think part of the answer, this is what I heard, and make sure I understand, because it's a good question, make sure I understand the answer. According to what I heard from Mr. Nichols, he believes we have the funding that we will need for phase 1, we'll call it, which is the relief well work, which will take us into the next probably 2 to 3 years of work on the levee remediation.
Well, the SWIFT agreement,
Yeah, I'm
that's
sorry.
the first step.
Right.
That we need to achieve.
And that's-
we're trying to achieve all this in a 5-year timeline.
Okay.
Again, we're zeroing in on getting all the finality to the budget, to the milestones and all that kind of good stuff.
Okay.
If you were reallocating the 50,000 for something that had to continue on, then I don't think I would support that. If it's just a one-time
Right.
allocation, then I think we can work with that.
So I think what that means is phase 1 doesn't get affected at all. Clearly, phase 2's funding strategy is not really begun other than this one particular move. So it's unclear how it'll affect it, but it will affect it by $50,000. But phase two may be a $3 million project, and we don't know how much difference $50,000 will make on a $3 million project.
I'm
And phase
confident
two
the
may be
county-
fully
That's
funded
the
or not
answer.
funded at all.
But I want to make sure Mr. Nichols agrees.
No,
with
I'm
my
confident the
interpretation.
county is going to, be a major part of this, so, I think that, with that partnership with the county, I think we're safe, doing that. One time, but.
Mr. Schleyer, did that answer your question as best as we
And
can?
We're reallocating this 50,000 too, I'm sorry, I missed that.
It was, from what Ms. Mealy said, it's to pay for the soft costs associated with the Gateway project, which we must do for the Gateway project to move forward, and all of the leveraging of funds that we've talked about quite a bit over the last few months.
The soft costs are several $100,000. This is the only impact, well, there wouldn't be an impact on the general fund if it's Act 13, but we've been able to fund soft costs other than this PennDOT one item.
And currently, that's being funded out of the Streets and Parks budget, and her proposal would instead have it be funded out of Act 13 budget, which would then provide some relief to the general fund.
You'll recall that we last saw the general fund at negative $260,000. So I'm attempting to build us back up to a fund balance of $107,000 from the negative.
We can get a current update on where we stand on that number. It might not be fun to see, but
Do we have to?
we've made $100,000 of progress.
And that doesn't include the soft costs? Okay.
Correct.
Hallelujah.
So-
So what I am trying to do is find wiggle room somewhere that enables us to bring that fund balance back to at least the $107,000 the minimal amount that we started with when we were provided with the budget by the administration. But having adjusted $367,000 worth of income overestimation, we have to dig ourselves out of that hole.
Oh, I'm good for now.
Thank you. Mrs. Katz?
I'm feeling a little bit uncomfortable with taking money away from the levy with not having all the actual bills in, all the facts of what we have spent so far, and what is needed to proceed with the future. Yes, the county is saying, yes, they're going to help us. We're being promised the sun, moon, and stars at this point from a lot of different sources. I just don't want to get stuck here where we don't have the funds to proceed with what we need to proceed to make sure that we get accredited, that we're keeping up with our obligation on the levy. And I just feel a little bit uncomfortable with this. The way you're saying this, Mr. Nichols, is a one-shot deal. This would be fine. But what if the one-shot deal kind of screws up things that we don't have the money available for the levy, which I'm sorry, I think the levy's more important than the Third Street project. I mean, we have a lot of
Then,
commitment there.
in the new year, we'll come back and say if there is an issue, and we'll have to come up with another, have to figure it out at that point in time.
Because we don't have all the figures in yet. We don't
Right.
know what all the bills have been, because there was a change of personnel that we don't know where that all came from.
We're still working with SWIFT agreement, still working with the county.
Exactly.
There's there's so much flux right now. It's just, the SWIFT agreement is going to be a 5-year plan. I feel that we're safe in doing this, but if not, we'll come back with an action plan.
And Ms. Katz, remember, this was money that was not anticipated previous to us putting together this budget. We knew we got additional funds. We know council's wishes to set money aside for these long-term projects. So that's what we decided to do, put $100,000 this year, and we were able to fit the budget numbers together for next year to have another 100. So we're trying to set money aside, and while this doesn't get us the full 100 that we wanted, there's also the 100 that's in the general fund budget in the flood control account. So there is additional funds. It's not saying that we're reducing it to 50 only for this year. There's additional funds in the other budgets that will help support those project costs also.
I feel better with that because I know what we don't have facing us number-wise right now.
Ms. Katz, I agree with you. Here are a couple thoughts that I have in response that I've been thinking through about it. I asked Mr. Nichols, do we have the funding in place to pay wood?
We don't know what all the funding is though yet. That's the problem. We don't have all the figures.
But on the contracts we've committed to,
All the bills are not, they're not all in yet.
right, but we do have other monies set aside specifically for that in 2018's budget. So we don't need to allocate 2019 for those current commitments. Second, while I agree with you, we don't obviously yet know what level the county has committed to. It's amazing how steady they've been in terms of their commitment to the levy. And I think the kinds of numbers Mr. Nichols mentioned is probably where we will end up. And the other question I asked him is, do we have the funding for our share if the county meets what the kind of expectation is? And between the borrowing that we've already done and the $100,000 in 2018's budget, thanks to the extra allocation in Act 13, Phase 1, the relief wells, is funded from the city's perspective. And so then I applaud the efforts because it's the kinds of things we've been talking about. We're trying to set aside $100,000 towards Phase 2. And we don't even know what is Phase 2, what is the second expenditure.
See, that's the problem. We don't know what our costs are going to.
Right.
They keep on
Well,
escalating.
the cross pipes will be the second phase.
Okay, so the cross pipes are the next phase.
Then you have the
But
freeboard issue.
do you have a ballpark on the cross pipes?
It could be $3-4 million.
Okay, so let's say it's $4 million. We don't have RACP secured, we don't have a federal grant secured, we don't have state grant secured. That's not gonna happen on the basis of us having $50,000 more or less. So that's kind of my answer is, we have all of our current commitments funded for the levies. And so, you're right, levies more important than the economic development project. But given that we have Phase 1 of the levy funded, then maybe our economic development project can come next, and then Phase 2 of levies would come after that, since we're looking a couple years down the road at that point. So that's one part. The second part I would also say is, in the back of our minds, while for the last 2 or 3 years, Act 13 funding has been going down, this year, it turned around and started going up. We all know gas activity is up again. I would not be surprised if it's not above the conservative figure of $450,000 that's estimated for 2019. And one of the things we can then do is backfill, prioritizing either street reconstruction or levy, because 6 months from now, we may end up getting more Act 13 money, and we'll know where did the bids come in and where are we on the levy. We can decide where to backfill if that revenue line does end up being larger than we're currently estimating.
Given how this is proceeding, I don't think it's a budget issue for 2019. I think it might be a priority issue in allocations of funds in 2020.
That was what I was thinking.
Ms. Katz, does that?
I just, I don't like to do things when we don't have things in our hands.
Sure.
And I think we've always discussed that. It's don't make commitments if we don't have, actually know the contracts are signed and the money's in our hands. And this is what's bothering a little bit because of that. And as I keep on saying, the levy costs keep on escalating. They don't even out. They just keep on adding more and more. And because we have a commitment to that, so much of a commitment to it, it just, I don't want to be caught having the city, accountable for something that we can't afford to get.
Great.
Okay?
Mr. Noviello?
I can find some comfort in the comments from Joe and Bill, and in this particular incident, I can understand things. But I agree with Mrs. Katz as well. We've been dealing with this for several years here now, and each time, the expenses seem to go up. We also have been subject to, well, at one time were recommendations that have now become requirements. And I'm assuming that process is going to continue as well. So by the time 2020 rolls around, we're not even sure what the new requirements may or may not be at that time. So as well as I'm relatively comfortable with this particular move, I think it's really important that we keep a really close eye on what's coming up in this process. Maintain our connections, maintain more give and take with information sources and such, so that we can be as much ahead of that game as we can possibly be. Again, and even in that instance, that once again, the numbers will speak for themselves, but we need to be prepared for that. And I'm also encouraged by the fact that RCAP money might increase to some extent, but there's no guarantee with that either. There's a specific assumption, but it's not necessarily a guarantee.
We came up with the idea of setting aside $100,000. That was before the RACB grant appeared, before the county really became a full partner. And I mean, so, things keep changing. So, I'm hoping that some of this money doesn't have to be spent, that we can, then reallocate it for something else once we finalize our plan.
Any additional comments on the motion to reduce flood levy certification of the Act 13 budget by $50,000? I keep repeating those things to try to help Mrs. Frank in the minutes. Hearing no further comments, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Taking Bill's word, yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that is approved. Ms. Mealy?
The follow-up motion to that is from projected expenditures, or within projected expenditures, capital investments. I will create a line item with wording suggested by Mr. Nichols and Mr. Pavlak, related to, what was it you said, engineering oversight on East 3rd Street, Mr. Nichols?
It's required PennDOT inspection services by a PennDOT approved inspector. And the number provided was 50,000.
Okay. PennDOT inspection services, 50,000?
Yes.
Act 13 fund budget, taking the 50,000 from flood levy certification and inserting it into a new line. Sure, I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
Whatever, that's what I'm saying, whatever is going to adequately describe it for everyone. Sure.
Yes.
Next year, when I'm on fire about that, remind me that it was me who did it.
I have a motion to fund the line East 3rd Street Gateway project with $50,000. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. And that is approved. Ms. Mealy, is there a third one you need to do connected to that, page 13?
Oh, yes, you're absolutely right, excuse me. Thank you. I was busy making notes about what I'd already done. Moving to page 15.
13.
13, excuse me. Thank you, Dr. Williamson. Moving to page 13, I will reduce the line 2201-76060, contracted services, from $65,000 to $15,000. I'll make that motion. Excuse me.
I hear a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second, and make sure everybody's aware, if I followed this correctly, if this motion is approved, we've moved the PennDOT mandated inspection service costs for the Gateway project from the general fund to the Act 13 fund. Other comments, questions? Ms. Allison?
Just on the whole impact of this on the levy, as we close this out, we are ahead of the game. You know, we're facing these increased costs or whatever requirements and the funding need, but as far as the region we're in, we started early on this several years ago, as soon as we found out about it, when a lot of other communities just ignored it for a while or didn't understand it, didn't get engaged, and we actually were the most involved in advance for our region the last time we heard from the consultant. So we're kind of the poster child for doing it right and getting done. So I think they look on us as responsible and getting the job done, and I think that's all to our credit. So making some of these changes now is not going to jeopardize our position there, because we've built up a lot of goodwill and a good reputation as a community that is taking this whole project on. We're just facing it and attending to it and building the kind of coalitions they like to see, regional groups working together. So just so we leave it on a good note, there are a lot of positives that are related to our approach on this, and it has been effective with those who are overseeing this in the federal government. So we don't want to lose sight of that either as we wrap this up.
National spotlight here.
Yes, and so far we're performing pretty well, according to their estimate.
Any additional comments, questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the motion is approved. I believe that completes those.
That particular series.
All right. Any other comments, questions, motions? I'm going to offer a couple small ones, I think. Earlier, someone referenced nickels and dimes, and I want to start there. They really are small dollar figures, but at this point, we need every penny, I think, that we can, and so I'm going to start on City Council's page. It's not a big number, but on page 9. Line 78020, other expenditures, which is a line that I believe helps to fund costs for Historical Architectural Review Board, but also some of the events that City Council hosts, having guests come to City Hall, you know, for morning events or events immediately prior to council meetings. This year, it looks like we'll be expending about $1,000, but budgeting, again, $1,500. I think we can try to stay within the $1,000 budget. And so this is a ticky-tacky small number, but pain is being spread, and we're going to, if I'm going to do more, there's a little bit. And so that's one step. So my motion is to reduce that line by $500. Is there a second?
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that is approved. Next, I'd like to turn to page 10, another very small number of savings. A few years back, we increased the training budget for the city clerk to $500, and I think she's taken advantage of some of that over the years. but is not fully expending those funds because she's accumulated training that has benefited City Council as a result. But this year she expended $100, and we're budgeting $500 in the budget proposal. I'm going to reduce that, suggest that we reduce that by, I didn't tell Mrs. Frank this, are you comfortable with reducing that to $100 for next year?
Sure, I'm a taxpayer.
Thank you. And so reducing that by $400. And, to be clear, that would take that line from 500 to 100. Is there a second?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. And so that's approved. Let me catch up with myself here a second. Another small number, but actually I want to ask Mr. Jardy's advice on this. Mr. Jardy, on page 31, one of the things that we did a few years back was increase clean and seal for you, and we increased it. I think it was 15,000 originally, and we doubled it to 30,000. This proposal takes it down to 23,000. Would it change at all anything that you would be doing if we reduced that by some number? I think you've said usually if we do a clean and seal, we're talking about 10 or 15,000 per. And so if we went to 20,000, that would give you still one or two. Okay. I'm looking to get any reduction I can without materially affecting.
If you get 12 and 9, that's 21, and 9 would give me the amount for the actual grass cuts being maintained in the property. So if you took out 1,500, I probably could live with that, or 2,500, I could live with that number.
You said 2,500, so I'm going to go with the higher number.
I knew
All right.
that.
I knew I shouldn't have said it. That leaves me 2,100 in that account, I can live with that. Or leave what I think.
Okay, then that's my motion, is reduce that figure by 2,500. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is second. Any comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Dr. Williamson, was that clean and seal?
Yes, I'm sorry, it's 79540. My apologies for not listing the number.
Okay. Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Novello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the motion is approved. You never know whether you should start small or start large. Those were small. The following one's going to have to be a little bit larger, and one that I've struggled with for a year. In fact, I've struggled with a lot of these for a lot of years. And I remember, in particular, Mr. Henderson and I a year ago saying, okay, well, at some point we have to stop. We're going to have to do less. And I really appreciate the administration listening and responding to that in the budget that was proposed. There is less being done, and it still is going to cost us more money. And that has meant real pain to things we all prioritize in the budget. None of us want to see a reduction in the police force. None of us want to see a reduction in the codes department. None of us want to see a reduction in what we're doing with street repaving or any of these other things. And it's because we all value as members of this community, the services that our city employees provide us. And I remember a year ago, for some reason, I think Mr. Winder has just patient eyes. I don't know what he's thinking always necessarily, but he puts up with lots of questions in a way that he has patient eyes. And so we went through a conversation a year ago about the pain it would cause to see a reduction in his department. And then we didn't make those cuts at the time because those are really painful cuts. Just like I think the cuts to our police department or our codes department or any department would be, because we are at bare bones. But we still face, as we talked about a week ago, growing healthcare costs, growing pension costs, growing salary costs, along with a number of other things that we have no control over, especially in a period of 1 or 2 or 3 years. And so, you know, we made a few moves last year. I'm happy to say, for example, that, and help me out on this, that we have more people in the city than ever before contributing to their healthcare costs. That includes a majority, although I will note not all of the elected officials, but a majority of the 10 elected officials are contributing to the healthcare cost. I don't exactly know how many of them are taking healthcare, so I'm not going to talk about the same figure because it wouldn't be a precise number, but it's a majority. I know that it's the at-will employees at the mayor's direction, that the at-will employees are contributing to their healthcare costs. And I know it's 1 or 2 of the bargaining units. 1, thank you for the clarification. 1 of the bargaining units, because that's the only contract that's been up since then, is contributing their health costs. Well, all of that has meant additional expenses to those individuals' budgets. There's pain there. There's pain in the proposed budget in terms of reductions within the police personnel costs, the codes personnel costs. And I'm going to make a motion that I made last year, symbolically last year, that failed, and I was thankful that it failed. But I think that we need to continue to try to find ways to live within our means and try to spread out the costs, the difficulties that these choices make as broadly as we can. And so, as I said last year, I'm sorry to be put in this position, but I'm going to make a motion to reduce the personnel costs to be decided later, I suppose exactly where and how, within the budgets associated with streets and parks and it's hard to know without the exact salary and benefits package in a particular position. So I've calculated a number to propose for my motion of $62,220 to reduce in salary and benefits as to be determined across the streets and parks budgets. With that motion reluctantly made, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Comments, questions? Mr. Anderson.
It's hard to have a conversation about that without knowing, you know, exactly. I mean, you want to know how it's going to affect the department, and if you're going to know how it's going to affect the department, then there's going to be actual positions and things like that that are talked about. And I mean, this isn't a real good forum to do all that, but how do we make a decision if we don't? So I guess I want Mr. Winder to comment and, you know, offer something.
I'm going to tell you honestly, the first thing So at that point, police, fire, codes will all suffer. And it will increase the cost of their vehicle maintenance drastically. I can't have the taxpayers suffer with their streets, unfortunately, so that's gonna be the first place I would go, to be a mechanic. So the 10,000 we saved fire this year, the probably close to 100,000 we've saved police, Joe Girardi's department, 20,000. The taxpayers are gonna take the hit there. We've already taken a cut from third shift sweeper operator. I took a major cut with my assistant position this year and this year and next year. As you all noticed, I left the building because a traffic signal or a street light got hit. I have nobody else to call on. I'm on call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I've got 4 weeks vacation I didn't get to use this year. You cut more manpower, that just puts more on me. That's the best answer I can give you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mrs. Katz.
I made the statement before that our department heads and our departments put their heart and soul into what they do and give to the city. I can't justify this at all. I mean, we know what they do. We know all the hard work. I think it's asking too much, and it's putting too much of a burden on the employees that are there. So I can't justify it.
I can understand your position. Mr. Slaughter.
I agree with what Mrs. Katz said. I also have grave concerns with this proposal. Again, going back to what I said at the beginning, I think if we went line by line through the Streets and Parks Department with what the actuals were, Mrs. Grado sent us what she had, and it's nowhere remotely even close to what is in our budget booklet. I mean, we could put this into recycling, as far as I'm concerned, and start from scratch. Maybe we need to start with what the actuals actually are. These are not actuals. Either Mrs. Grado is way off, or what we have in our budget book is way off. But somebody is way off. And to my calculations on just a few line items, it's well into the over $100,000 off. So we're talking about cutting, and we may be in a surplus. We have no idea what these numbers are. We have no idea what these numbers are. It's not even close. It's not close. Mrs. Grado's numbers are right here. Can we get those on TV? It's not remotely close.
I don't want to argue or banter back and forth, but can I ask when Mrs. Grado's numbers are presented through?
We asked for them after that discrepancy we had with the $30,000
They would have been after the last budget work session.
I was asking for another work session, yes.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, you missed.
They were asked for after the last budget work session, the budget work session at Public Works. So there's a month's worth of activity that's not included in her actual numbers, if I'm thinking of it correct. And I haven't seen what you've received, so I can't answer that, but I'm just trying to gauge you're indicating that we're presenting inaccurate information, and I'd like to know what you have that differs. Just a question.
I guess what I'm suggesting is that the year-to-dates, when we have the budget, we should have actuals, we should have year-to-dates, we should have line item breakdowns. What I'm suggesting is what we have in front of us right now is not even close to what the year-to-dates, what the actuals are. I think we have realized a great deal of savings. I know that we have, looking at these line items, that are not reflected here. So when we're talking about cutting $60,000 from a department, I think maybe we should have the actual year-to-dates available to us before we go through this budget process. We probably should have started this long ago. Not probably. We definitely should have started this long ago. I mean, this is the fact that we're talking about cutting and we don't know what the savings are, what the actuals are, what the year-to-dates are. That is my concern. I'm not saying what you have or what you may have in the future but what, we have to make these decisions right now. So what are we basing our decision off of at the current moment is my question. We're basing our decisions off of essentially nothing, so to speak. I mean, we really truly are basing our decisions off of nothing. We are just grasping at straws and then saying, well, let's guess what we have in here, and then let's decrease. I mean, it's almost an exercise in futility, to be quite honest with you. And so when I'm comparing, that's what a work session, to me, that's what a work session is. You go through line by line, you look at where you are, where you were, and where you're headed. None of that has taken place, coupled with all of the discrepancies that came out of Monday night, and then Wednesday night, we're supposed to revisit some of them. We have other funds that we don't even know what the figures are that came out of, that we're not going to get them probably until the new year, the Treasury Fund, non-revenue generating funds that we spoke about. So we don't even know where we stand currently, but we want to cut, we want to do this, we want to do that. How can we do that? How can we do this where we don't accurately know where we currently stand? That's all I'm saying. Maybe we will in the future, but at this moment, for me to vote and cutting a department $60,000 when I'm realizing a couple line items that we probably have saved that much money, just doesn't make any sense to me. It just really doesn't. And I can't, that's why tonight, I mean, I said it at the very beginning of the night, I'm going to say it again right now, I'll say it again tomorrow, I've been saying it for the last couple weeks. It just, to look at these numbers, I just can't make sense of it. And not from a,
If I may, Mr. President. Mr. Nichols, you have worked for the city for over 40 years, and you've worked on budgets for many, many years, and we have received audits that have come back that have been very, very positive, and they have come back and they have said that our numbers are correct. Could you please address this? Because I think this isn't a political issue right now. We have people that are out there listening to a councilman that's criticizing, saying that these numbers do not add up. He's not going to vote for the budget. He wants additional budget sessions. That's fine with me. You can have a budget session tomorrow night. You can have one for 5 days in a row. But ultimately, it's up to the president of city council. And for many, many years, this is the way that we have conducted business. I believe we have conducted business in a professional manner. So I'm going to defend my department heads right here because I personally feel that the comments that are being made are very insulting to these gentlemen that work very, very hard, and they have a positive track record. So Mr. Nichols, before we continue, since we're talking about the television audience looking at papers that an employee sent that I haven't even seen myself, or have you seen, Mr. Nichols, as well, could you please address this?
Well, it's hard for me to address something I haven't seen, but I can tell you, which I've said to council in many years, through many years of budgeting, that we always, Joe and I always budget conservatively. You know, with a 3% factor, when we develop our budget on the expense side, we conservatively estimate 3% more. And the same way with revenues, we budget conservatively 3% less, so that you know, we never exceed what the budget calls for. All you have to do is look at the financial plan, and you can see that every year since 2011, we've ended up with a surplus, which is always the goal of budgeting. Now, when Joe does the budgets are submitted by department heads, and Joe assists them with that, and Joe also goes through there and looks at the line items and estimates, you know, what he is used to in terms of all the different line items, and what he expects the ending balance to be. Again, I would like to see, it's interesting that that wasn't provided to the finance department, but I would love to see what was provided, and we'll then look at how Joe's estimates at the end of the year and just see, you know, what we're talking about. All you have to do is look at the financial plan, and you'll see how the budget has always met its expectation. We always had an ending balance larger than what was budgeted, and the record speaks for itself. You can always make up stuff, and you can always embellish as much as you want. It sounds like somebody's making a platform for something, but anyway, I guess we'll see.
I would imagine that the finance department would already have it. I mean, it's just,
I don't have it.
you don't have record of the expenses that each
Well, the
department?
finance, I'm not, Debbie has.
It should be
Obviously,
it should be
you're,
the same,
you
I
know,
believe.
obviously, it sounds like you're leaning towards establishing a platform for something, and so I guess I'll have to look forward to your negative comments, which all you have to offer. I haven't heard one positive comment from you yet, but I guess that's the platform you're going to run on for over the next 12 months, so I really look forward to that.
I'm going to cut you off there, Mr. Nichols. Yes.
No, I was just going to say, when we're discussing $60,000 cutting from a department, yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm going to want to have a little discussion on that. Has nothing to do with a platform or, you know, whatever you think is my motivation.
Well, you
My
have some
motivation was
motivation.
simply that Chairman, Councilman, President Williamson put it out there for the $60,000 for streets and parks, and I had comments on that. That's
Well-
a significant amount of money.
Well, we
And
did,
I-
you know, we worked hard on the financial plan. We tried to establish a platform or foundation for budgeting that we all can work together on. And so far, every experience I've had with you is nothing but negativity. It's unfortunate because we're really trying hard to be a positive, to provide a budget, you know, that doesn't impact the citizen in a negative way. Very hard trying to meet and stay within budget, but, you know, I guess you can offer any comments you want.
Yeah, I guess I was just under the assumption that the finance department and the individual departments would match up. I guess I shouldn't be under that
You know, you're
assumption.
the only council person that hasn't reached out to us to discuss the budget.
I thought that's what we're doing tonight.
I know, I mean, obviously.
Yeah, I would
You
prefer to-
purposely have avoided, you know,
Well, I would
tried to
prefer to
reach out
discuss
to
the
you, to
budget
talk,
and,
to see what your issues are.
Well, I would prefer
And you
to discuss it in a
purposely have
public forum.
avoided trying to have any contact.
Gentlemen, I'm not sure that we're being productive at the moment, and so I'm going to ask this discussion to be held offline. If we have questions, if we have comments specific to the budget that helps us to make a decision on any particular part that we're going through, I'd ask us to get back to that, if you don't both mind.
I'm good for now, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ellis.
Well, I have a process question. Also, though, I think it's important that at some point we resolve this, these numbers with, because it's out there now, and I think.
No problem.
I think it's, yeah. Well, I wondered about the process, if Mr. Winder could address what part Mrs. Grado has in writing the budget, or I'm totally ignorant of it. That's why I'm asking, but. Well, whatever that is.
When we spend money within our department from any line item, it's generated into a check record. At that point, in order to keep me on track of what we spend or what we have left, we keep a record of every check record in our department. And every month, Debbie gives me a printout of what my balance is in each line item. It shows me what I spent in each line item, so that we don't hopefully overspend or So, yeah, it's just a check and balance.
It happens in all departments.
You balance your own personal account, we balance our own personal department account.
Right.
And that's all that paper is. It's just our balance within our department.
It's a monthly balance?
It's done monthly. I'm sorry?
Just trying to. Oh, I'm sorry, I turned my mic off, I apologize. But.
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, yeah, I think these are pertinent facts that we need to have an answer to, since it's important. That's all I want to see.
Mr. Noviello.
I think we're really looking for just some more clarification here as opposed to pointing fingers and anything, so, but that aside for just a moment, back to the amendment for the amount of money. I'm having trouble accepting that. Maybe it's because I've spent some time on the streets with some of our crews. I've seen some paving being done, I've seen patching being done, I've seen work at the Grappius Run issues being done. And just from my own, visualizing what they do and being on the scene, I know that crew is stretched pretty thin. There have been a number of times, and there's a number of the things that I've seen where an extra 2 or even 3 people would have been, quite frankly, very helpful. And, so to take $63,000 away and lose someone like the mechanic, I'm guessing that over the course of a year's time, we would spend more money at a service station getting our vehicle serviced than we would with the $63,000 that we're looking to dismiss here. So I guess that's the stand I take on this.
And let me come back to it for a second. I keep putting myself in the position of trying to make bigger points or look at the big picture, and I'm looking up at the last screen that we had up here, which is page 1, and I'm looking at a $109,000 negative number. And then I flipping through this book and I go, all right, well, we can't cut that. We've already cut that. We can't cut that. We've already cut that. I know that our streets and parks have a hard time getting through it. I mean, they are jumping from job to job to job to job to job to job over the course. I was just defending them today in terms of the work that they do. And they work hard, and we see them all over the city working hard. And we know that they're understaffed, and they're always asked to do more, oftentimes with less. So that's rock. Hard place is a negative $109,000. And I know that the proposal is a 4 reduction in police, a 2 in codes. Contractual limits don't allow anything in fire. We have almost no one in some of the other smaller departments, right? IT we're not eliminating, HR we're not eliminating. That's 1 person in each one of those. Most of community development is funded by federal funds, not local funds, so there's no real room to cut there. And it's the only, and as a result, it's the only thing I come back to. Not because I think they do a bad job, not because I think they're less worthy, they're less needed. I think they're needed just as much as all the other departments, and fully complemented in the need. But I keep looking at that number right there, and I don't know what else to do. And so the second would also have to do this, but I'm willing to withdraw the motion because I didn't want to make it in the first place. And I haven't even counted votes. I've heard a couple, 3 people say they have a problem with it, and therefore I'm guessing that they wouldn't vote for it. I still might even have a majority, is based on the count that I have so far. But I'm willing to withdraw it, but we've got to get that 109 number to something close to 0 at least. But that's a big problem too. And then, and one of the only other ways that I can see to do that at this point, of course we have another week, but one of the only other ways I can see to do that, of course, is to increase taxes. Something else I and all of us don't want to do either. Increase taxes beyond what the mayor's proposed increase already is. That's, at some point, Mr. Winder and his patient eyes will stop being patient with me saying this about his department, but it ends up back to where we get stuck, it seems like, every year. So I think Ms. Mealy had her hand up. I'm going to hold my withdrawal until she comments in case she says something relevant, unless she's not
She's not
ready to.
planning to say anything particularly
Okay.
relevant, but.
Then I'm going to ask the second, and I forget who it was.
That was me. And I'll with-
Okay,
and I-
so
and-
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay, and I'll withdraw the second and say that I think it's becoming fairly clear to me that we might be wise to maybe make just a little bit more progress on bringing the budget into some kind of balance tonight and then adjourn for a week and spend that week having conversations between the administration and city council on what we can do to bring us to a positive fund balance without the help of inflated income estimates and items like that. And come back next week with a new set of eyes and hopefully some new ideas. But what that does mean is that if we're objecting to whatever cuts as a council member you hear yourself objecting to, whether it's a cut in streets and parks, whether it's a cut to street resurfacing, that money has to come from somewhere. So we have to figure out in the next week where it's coming from, and I'm not sure what to say there. I really don't know. I've been thinking about it for a week and a half, 2 weeks now. I've been thinking about it since we got the budget, and I'm still trying to figure it out. And all of us need to try and figure it out. So that's what I got. I do not see a way for us to make a positive fund balance without increasing the tax rate over and above what's been proposed in this budget currently. We can discuss it now, we can wait and discuss it next week, but that is the one observation I would make here moving forward, and I would love to hear the input of other members of City Council on that proposal.
I think that the longer, if we have more time to discuss it and we have this interim period here coming up, any further discussion is going to do nothing other than, continually to advance the situation here. It will give Mr. Slaughter time to get some reconciliation with regard to the numbers he has available to him. I've never seen those numbers myself. If it's a concern that needs to be addressed, then certainly we should address that. If we have this additional week to do so, I think we owe it to the taxpayers to make sure we can do everything we can possibly do. I would look to other areas as well. We have inventories from each of our departments. I believe maybe we may be able to sell off equipment or anything that, as opposed to laying off workers who we know are imperative to getting our missions accomplished in all of our departments. We can look to other types of avenues for reducing some costs, even if we go back to some of those we've already addressed this evening and look at them a second time possibly. For the sake of keeping people at work and providing the service that we are inclined to want to provide, one more week to me is insignificant.
I'm going to ask for additional comments and questions, but one of the things I think we should consider is if we are moving to an end point this evening with some time to regroup and figure things out, I think we very much need to make some kind of sets of decisions that gets that number to at least 0 tonight. And then we can revisit any of those decisions next week. But I'm not personally comfortable unless somebody wants to call for the question of stopping tonight with a negative fund balance. There are a variety of ways to get there, of course. That's my comment.
There are a variety of ways to get there, but if they were,
they need to get 4 or 5 votes.
Right, and if they were remotely possible, we probably would have done them already.
I know.
I mean, is it just an academic exercise, or is it?
No, I mean, I think that, one that has been discussed, but nobody's made the motion, is an increase in the tax rate.
The tax, yeah.
I'll propose an increase to 0.75 mils.
That doesn't get us there.
And what, do you have, the value of that is, can we confirm the value of that, Mr. Pavlik?
Not enough. That's not enough.
I think I have a figure, but I wanted you to double check it.
An increase in the increase, excuse me. Apologize, folks, I'm not trying to look like the bad guy. I am just trying to sort out a bad situation.
Mm-hmm. 87, and then is that now plugged into page 1?
It's not.
Okay. So 87,519, that would improve the negative fund balance to something like negative 12,000, I think, more or less.
You also have 10,000 savings in all the supplies that aren't
Oh, right,
Oh,
okay.
my God.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett. So that would get us to negative 2,000 or so. If I hear a motion to increase the
Mr. Grimes, you
tax
might win some sort of
rate
award for the evening.
in all of its associated places to the 15.47. Is,
But let's be honest, until we have a vote on it, there's not much point in Joe going all the way to plugging.
yeah, no, that's fine. I'm sorry, what? No, but we would still do it in the budget, and then we do it in the tax bill. So basically, we'd be increasing page 3. No, page 4, line 41100 by the number that
87,519.
Joe said.
I'll make a motion.
Is there a second? Increasing, the effect is to increase the tax rate to 15.47.
Yeah, increase line 41100.
On
Real
page
estate
4.
current.
By 87,000 and change.
$519.
Second it, not indicating support that I would ever do that. But if it'll get us to 0 for tonight and give us a week.
So what is, if you have the .75, the tenth of a mil, and then you have the 10,000 office supplies, what's, to zero it out, what do you need?
2,000, 2,500.
That would get us
How much?
about 2,500 short of 0.
Well, then I put that 2,500 in revenues, interest received, page 5, the first line item, add it to that proposed revenue line item.
We can do that in the next step if we decide we need to.
If you want to zero it out, just put the difference in that line.
Yeah, I know, we understand.
So I have a motion and a second on the proposal to increase the tax increase. Comments or questions? Ms. Mealy?
I would make a note that whatever the vote is on this, and I don't particularly have a dog in this fight, I am not encouraging anybody to vote for a tax increase tonight so that we can try to roll it back next time, or vice versa. And I'm not interested in moving money around for the sake of getting the fund balance to 0 so that we can all leave tonight. I am interested in trying to make some sort of headway on something that helps us to balance the budget in the long term. So, that is to say, personally, Mr. Nichols, I would not back increasing the interest received line, because I'm afraid I might have to undo it next time.
I'll note, everybody, that I can see that Mr. Pavlik has found a way to put the $10,000 in as a placeholder from the office supplies, so we have a figure there. So this is still pre the current motion.
Okay, right.
Other comments or questions on the motion related to going to .75?
This is with the understanding we have a week yet to.
Of course, yes.
reconsider.
Mr. Anderson?
I stated earlier in the night, I don't see any way around increasing the proposed tax increase. And, I mean, and this is that. Looking at it, it's not enough unless we do something else. And I guess it gets us closer, but we're going to have to do more. That seems to be obvious. But I can support this because I know we'll need at least that, unless we really. It's tough. It's tough. There's a lot to think about.
Other comments, questions? My colleagues know that I started the process, in this process, in my thinking, that my goal was to reduce the proposed tax increase. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make it clear that as far as what motion is pending and what is being voted on, that it is just to change the number in the current version of the budget, and it's not actually increasing
Right.
the tax rate.
Yes.
And that the tax rate ordinance is currently tabled.
Right.
And that eventually, if this were to be accepted, it would have to be untabled.
In essence, we would need to vote for it twice in two separate
This
avenues.
is just for the working budget.
Right, right. The practical effect would be that, but.
Just to be clear.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the clarification. So what I was saying is I started the process with the idea that I wanted to find ways to save the money to reduce. But I also came at it with the idea of trying to find the right balance between painful cuts in services to the citizens of Williamsport and painful increases in their taxes. Those are competing, but both important priorities. And so proposing what I proposed with Streets and Parks was against one side of those priorities. If I support this, it goes against the other of my competing priorities. And it's still not enough, as Mr. Henderson said. I don't know where that leaves me right now, but that is exactly the thoughts going through my mind.
Leaves us with a week's worth of major work to do.
To the tune of at least $100,000. Any additional comments on the proposal to change real estate current, increase it by $87,519?
That was the number, I believe.
Hearing none, Mrs. Frank on the motion.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison? Yes. Dr. Williamson?
No. Okay. I have a sense we're running out of steam, but as I said earlier, I will continue to recognize people with comments, question.
Yeah, yeah, it is right, I know.
You're right. Thank you.
Yeah, I looked at it and thought things that you can't say on television. Right.
So additional comments, questions, saving motions? Clarification from process. Can we pass it in first reading with a negative fund balance?
of all the questions Austin didn't think he was going to get asked tonight.
Are you suggesting you'd be comfortable with increasing, I'm sorry, it was mercantile and business privilege prior? By at least $12,147? Does someone want to make that as a motion or have an alternative solution? Although we also have a question for Mr. White. Okay. So we either save Mr. White or we wait on him. 2 minutes.
While we're waiting on Mr. White, would you mind if I take the floor?
Feels free.
It's like a hot potato tonight. Who wants it? Anyway, so what we started out doing this evening was reducing income estimates that were predicated on, not on any expectation of increased revenue, but simply predicated on a wish list of what we were hoping that we might see next year. And I understand Mr. Grimes' very accurate logic that we are likely to see some income in that area. The challenge for me, however, all night long has been to reduce the income to something we can actually expect, and all three of the line items directly, well, 3 of the 4 line items directly above that line are areas where I don't expect to see anywhere near the income that we've estimated. So I've been voting yes for things I didn't want to vote for all night long, but I will vote no if anyone moves to increase our income to close us out this evening. I say that we need to find $12,000 and that we're going to need to cut something to get there. Right.
One other possibility, if we are, we've had 3 suggestions on places where we could see additional revenue, but I think each one of those share those concerns. If we've overestimated somewhere, then underestimating on that would maybe balance it out, and we do have some reason to suggest we've overestimated. On the other hand, if we change expenditure lines, then it does give us flexibility. We, of course, have to find expenditure lines that it's reasonable to spend less. And you know, Mr. Winder's explanation about the mechanic was one that was compelling. A penny, what's the phrase? Something a penny wise, a pound foolish, or something like that. You don't want to make foolish decisions. On the other hand, one of the lines that I have to think through a little bit, and of course we don't want to necessarily go deep into the details, both because of the hour and because of some of the issues connected to it, is in our own budget legislative contingency, we've set aside some funds for a variety of issues that we know we have coming up that are unknown expenses. So we've had to make some guesstimates, and if we're trying to get to a balancing figure, and in the anticipation Mr. White tells us we can't. Oh, apparently we can, but let me offer the idea anyway. This is City Council's legislative contingency, and again, without going into the details on what that set aside there are several issues that side is connected towards. It is an estimate, and if we wanted to, we could reduce that figure, at least temporarily, by $15,000 to get ourselves to a positive fund balance. So either we can leave with a negative fund balance, or we could do something along those lines. I'm seeing a couple nods, and so I'm going to make the motion that we reduce legislative contingency by $15,000.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nuviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and that motion is approved. I believe that gets us to a positive fund balance. I also have a sense that we are running out of steam and need the week to regroup. So I'm going to ask if there's any additional comments, questions, ideas connected to the ordinance for various operating budgets on first reading. Hearing none.
No, Mr. Henderson.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson.
We might consider, I mentioned this before, but I'm looking for any and every area. I think I mentioned this to you, Dr. Williamson. Perhaps our 20,000 that we're setting aside for the HR policies and manuals, you know, I mean, it's something that we all need, we want, but we gotta cut somewhere. And if we just have to push that off until we can find something better, there's 20,000 right there. The other recommendation, I'm not making the motion tonight necessarily, but for us to think about, Shaw Place renovations. It'd be great to see something happen there. I don't know what the funding is for that necessarily, but if it's coming from the general fund, maybe we can push that off. Just a thought.
Or do you want to hold off and you're just putting those ideas in our mind?
I'm just putting these ideas out for us to consider and mull over for the next week. Perhaps the mayor has it.
Mayor, before I recognize you, I have a question about one of his comments. That was about HR policies, et cetera, in the Bureau of Law. Is that at all connected with another conversation that I've seen in recent weeks about other issues, I think related to labor work in McCormick? Those are intertwined?
Yeah, my recommendation is going to be, I can speak generally to the matter, but the HR director will be at the next meeting with an agenda item potentially. It's planning to be here for the next meeting with an item on the agenda, so if we can defer it and allow her to speak to it at that time.
Okay.
She's more versed in it and has been trying to talk amongst the parties to create something.
Okay, because I know we had heard more about the issue connected to HR policies and manuals. We had heard less about the issue connected to issues about representation on labor issues. And it may be that on that side, much of the costs are a wash because it's a matter of money that we've set aside for one firm versus a different firm. But until we kind of disentangle those two issues budgetarily, I think it is a good idea to hold off, but it's something to get clarified by the time we vote the second time around. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I know it's getting very late, and I appreciate everybody's patience tonight. If I can make a motion, I know I can't because I'm no longer a council person, but in regards to $7,500 that you spoke about, tomorrow I will be receiving a check for $25,000. And $75,000, I believe, should go to the bottom line right now because Mr. Poorman's coming in tomorrow with a check for $25,000. $7,500 will go to Shaw Place, and the remaining amount he's allocating for a pavilion at Brandon Park because there's no place for the kids that are in summer camp to protect themselves from the sun. So the objective is, and I was going to talk about this at the end of the meeting, but it's getting real late, so I'll just talk about it right now. I'm requesting an ERC meeting to discuss that check that we're receiving and also the agreement with the Legacy Fund with Mr. Poorman. So if we could have that, I'd like to also talk about ERC. So I want to
Tuesday.
squeeze that in before tonight's over.
Next Tuesday?
Could we do that?
It's a scheduled meeting, and probably, we're not foreseeing, I mean, we'll have a finance meeting that day at 1, if there is anything on the agenda for it. Public Works and Public Safety would be my only concern if Public Safety had, or is it Public Safety at 3:30? I'm sorry.
Public safety at 3:30.
If for some reason one of those two had to meet, then there might be a conflict, but I guess we could always go in session. Anyway, I think it should be okay.
So if you wanted to make that motion, I'm positive he's coming tomorrow at 4 o'clock, but it's up to council.
Well, and one of the
whether
questions,
$7,500.
it sounds like what that would be is a revenue line, but would that be revenue in 2018 or 2019?
We're actually, we're getting the check so we can cash it, whether at the end of the year or January 1st, it's up to us.
It'll be a 2018 revenue.
Okay, so it would fall to the bottom line, but the expense would still be in 2019. And so if we're expensing it, it would need to be expended in the 2019 budget.
We'd assign it for the purposes that it's restricted for.
Right, that's right.
Yeah. Is it?
That on page 20, that line 76050, is that the right one?
Yes.
That will be zeroed out.
Say that line item again.
Facility maintenance on page 20, all the way at the bottom. $7,500 will be zeroed out.
I hear a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. Thank you. Other comments, questions, motions, ideas, solutions?
Problems?
No, no more problems.
Yeah,
Mrs. Katz?
Just on page 35, on the controller, office of the controller, there's, I know, it's again small, but training for $350. I don't know, do they use,
Have they ever used that line?
No, they can get by without that, I think.
Not ranking on qualified for the controller's office.
Do you want to ask that she be here at the next meeting, or do you want to go ahead and make the motion tonight?
Since I don't think that, like I said, it's a small, little bit, but every little bit helps.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion that we take that
All right, to 0.
to 0.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Anybody have any other comments or questions? It's getting really late. Hearing none, Mrs. Frank?
Could I get the line item, though?
The line item of that is 7, God, my eyes are.
79530.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Abstain.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. Motion carries. Comments, questions, ideas, solutions? Motions? Hearing none, are we ready to vote on the ordinance in first reading? Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Nubiallo?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
What is a hard one? Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes. Ordinance carries in first reading. Before I move to the next item on the agenda, is there a motion to remove ordinance from the table?
Yes. So move.
Here, a motion and a second. Mrs. Frank, on the motion to remove the ordinance connected to fixing the tax rate from the table.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, the ordinance fixing the tax rate for the city is removed from the table. I'm going to guess that somebody's about to make a motion.
I'll make a motion to increase the tax rate to 15.47 mils.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Comments or questions? Hearing none. Mrs. Frank on the ordinance in first reading.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
No.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
No. The ordinance passes in first reading. Next item on the agenda then is, I think we're to finally, Mr. Grimes, resolution for real estate penalty exoneration. Mrs. Frank, in very short form, please.
Real estate penalty exoneration.
Is there a motion and a second to approve this resolution?
Second.
Hearing a motion and a second. Mr. Grimes, how are you this evening?
Wonderful. This is a resolution to exonerate $118.79 of penalty from the tax bill of Linda Hakes at 942 High Street.
Any comments or questions? We've received some information about this prior, and so council's had many of its questions answered already, thanks to Mr. Grimes. Mrs. Frank, on the resolution, please.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Next item on the agenda is resolution awarding the trash removal contract. Mrs. Frank, in
A
short form, please.
resolution awarding the trash removal contract for years 2019 and 2020 for the city of Williamsport.
Thank you. Is there a motion and a second to
So
approve
moved.
this?
Second.
Hear a motion and a second. Mr. Winder, how are you this evening?
Not bad, thank you.
Are you really angry at me?
No, I'm pretty easygoing.
All right, I appreciate that. Seriously, I do.
You made it another 5 minutes, Mr. Winder, he would have said this morning.
True.
You did receive a revised copy of the resolution per the request of Finance. They wanted to add some different language in there. The new language states that at the unit cost per container in the attached proposal schedule of prices for an estimated total cost of $44,955.36 plus 10% contingency without further city council authorization. Basically, it's a 2-year contract for the trash removal bid this time around. We also added all of the special events that we know of so that it would fit into or make it better for budgeting reasons. We had 2 bidders, as usual, Fred Ham and Bauer Disposal. Fred Ham came in at $50,600.32. Bauer Disposal, $44,955.36. And it was actually, by doing it 2 years, in 2018, we were spending $22,799.28 without the special events being added on. With the special events and extending it to a 2-year contract, it will be $22,477.68 per year, so there is a savings there. That's all I've got. I'm going to give you a short form, so.
Thank you very
That's it.
much. Reviewed by Finance?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I was just going to jump right in there. Finance did review this and forwarded it to the full body of council with a positive recommendation.
Thank you very much. Anything else to add?
Just that thanks to Mr. Winder and I believe with some collaboration from the finance department, we will be seeing a savings due to running the contract over a 2-year span instead of a single-year span. It does bear note that the $44,000 cost is over 2 years. That is to say that the anticipated cost is about $23,000 a year.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Hearing none, Mrs. Frank.
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Next item on the agenda is accept for filing. We have the Finance Committee meeting minutes of August 28th and September 11, 2018, public safety minutes of November 6, 2018, and the Controller's report for October 2018. The next item is announcements. Next regularly scheduled City Council meeting will be held in 1 week on Thursday, December 13th at 7:30 here in Council Chambers. Other upcoming meetings include Monday, December 10th at noon is Planning Commission, 4 p.m. is Recreation, Tuesday, December 11th at 1 p.m. is Finance Committee. At
Finance?
when is ERC?
Oh, 3:30, usually.
Okay, at 2:30 is Public Works, and at 3:30 is both Public Safety and ERC. On
We'll
Wednesday,
fight you for it, Joel.
December 12th at
Sorry,
11:30.
it's a secular room.
On Wednesday, December 12th at 11:30 a.m. is Redevelopment Authority, and at 7:30 p.m.? Do we know, Mrs. Frank? Is that a.m. or p.m.?
AM. It's
Oh,
AM.
it is a.m. So before the 11:30 a.m., the Redevelopment Authority is the Leadership Lycoming meeting. And that brings us to the end of our agenda this morning. I'm sorry?
Did we have to vote on 9?
Oh, did I not hold the vote? I'm sorry. Can I have a motion and a second to accept for filing?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments or questions? Sorry. Mrs. Frank?
Ms. Mealy?
Yes.
Mr. Noviello?
Yes.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Mrs. Katz?
Yes.
Mr. Slaughter?
Yes.
Mr. Allison?
Yes.
Dr. Williamson?
Yes, and those are accepted for filing. Done the announcements. Any other comments from members of council? Mayor, your administration?
Just like to say good morning,
Good morning.
and I'd like to thank everybody for their hard work.
Thank you. Mr. Grimes?
Quick comments, if we didn't make it by midnight anyways. And if you think it's inappropriate for me to try to act as a mediator here, that's fine, but I think there's some legitimate answers to some of the concerns that came up with the budget. I think unfortunately, and this isn't a criticism, but just, you know, being your first time through the budget, there's some things that you didn't quite understand, and we let some of our emotions and our personalities get the best of us instead of just explaining those process. So, I'd hate to see you guys come to the next meeting and just say you can't do anything because it hasn't been explained to you, so hopefully it'll give you some things to look at over the next week. And Joe, certainly correct me if I'm wrong with the process, but in the back of your budget book, there should be actual numbers, line item by line item for every department, actual year-to-date, which I'm guessing is going to line up very closely with what you got from streets and parks. That's not gonna match what's in your budget book because that's estimated out through the end of the year. So just basically, you know, 10 months costs us this, another 2 months is going to cost us this. And certainly those numbers could be adjusted to get us closer, but I think the philosophy has always been in finance that we'd rather be a little over in everything than be at or under, because then that $2,000 or $12,000, you know, fund balance we have is gone. So I think there are some answers to some of those questions and places to look at. And also you get those actual numbers quarterly from finance, I believe, of where we actually are line item by line item with expenses by department. And that can be looked at. So I think there are some, you know, process things that just can be explained and understood that can get you to the next meeting to know where these numbers came from. Nobody's trying to fool anybody. Nobody's trying to, you know, take advantage of you. It's just, it's a process that sometimes can be complicated to understand. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you for those comments. Yes, Mrs. Frank?
Mr. Allison, we don't have an ERC scheduled for the rest of the year because we only scheduled them every other, so it doesn't fall on this week. I will advertise it for you if you'd like,
Okay, thank you.
for Tuesday.
Unless, the only thing I might suggest is that I suspect the finance agenda might be relatively small, perhaps because if it is receipt of funds, would we rather
We could just
bring it to finance?
Should I bring it that? Okay. The other reason is 3 gentlemen approached me today and they want to have dialogue with city council in regards to the expanded CBD on the western side of the city. And I felt it would be appropriate because the other discussions took place at ERC, and I thought that these 3 individuals, they want to come into ERC and talk about it.
If it was the
But-
one issue, I agree with you, but in some ways, clearly that's an ERC issue.
But it's your call.
I'm,
Or
We're
if you
not
want
gonna
these individuals to
move
come to
on
finance, they can do
CBD
that.
the rest of this year.
I think we are moving on the 13th of December. Are we? The CBD expansion's on our agenda next week?
Yeah, that's
Oh,
gonna
is
be
it?
on,
Okay.
Yeah.
that's gonna be on next week, but these individuals, they'd like to persuade city council because they'd like to get their input
Well-
in regards to the expansion of CBD. They don't agree with it. They'd like to have it extended a little bit farther, because their properties are not included in it, and they're having a hard time renting their properties because of the restrictions that we have right now. And what I said to them, they actually came to my office and I invited them to the staff meeting today. And my perspective is we want to fill out as many vacant properties as possible. And I appreciate what you said to me yesterday. We were talking and the treasurer said, it's so key to get people that use our services. Over 60,000 people use our services throughout the day. But you got to get those people to live in the city so they pay the wage tax, and many of those people aren't. So I'm just trying to extend myself as much as possible when people ask and they say, can you help us a little bit more?
Did they speak to Mr. Nar yet?
Yes, actually, they spoke at my staff meeting today, and the individual spoke to Gary, and Gary says that they're looking at some things in January to make it less restrictive than what it is right now because you have to go through a variance. But this gentleman and a couple other property owners, they wanted to talk to council personally so you'd hear their views on it. And that's why I said we want them to come to an ERC meeting, because if it's on the agenda for next week, and I know I'm being long-winded here, but if they come to the council meeting next Thursday, it's almost like a done deal because you're gonna be voting on something and they're looking at possibly changing what we've been
Well, I don't
advocating.
think we would, if we didn't have Mr. Nar with his study done or his opinion formed yet, I don't think we would make a decision regarding that.
Gary, according to today, he's open to a possible change. He says ultimately council, but we both felt that council should hear these other property owners before we vote on something.
Let me offer an alternative specifically around that, especially if it would save us the advertising dollars for the ERC meeting.
And I appreciate that. We need to save as many advertising dollars as possible.
The ordinance for changing the CBD is coming up on the 13th. That has 2 readings. I'm sorry, it's really late. That's the first reading, yes. And they're speaking on that particular issue. Could they not, and if they want to speak to council, could they not sign up for limited courtesy of the floor?
That's fine.
And accomplish their goal?
Sure.
And then we could have Mr. Poorman's business run through finance. Would that solve both problems?
That's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. No ERC.
So, remove that from the minutes, that we're not having that. Any additional comments from the administration or treasurer's office? From the general public? Please? And once again, for the record, if you could state your name and address.
Frank Steckel, 619 First Ave, 12th Ward Committeeman. I have a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about the budget, but I'll wait till next agenda. But something that has to be done right now. Bear with me for a second. A friend of mine was pulling into Woodlands Bank a few weeks ago, and one of the panels blew off and hit his car. Maybe you saw that in the paper? Okay. Well, that was right out of the clear blue, right? And if I saw the car, if he had been a pedestrian, he probably would have been seriously injured or worse, all right? Okay, so that's neither here nor there. This building has an issue with its roof. I reported here a month ago, and I know I visualized it 2 or 3 months, no, at least 2 months ago. It's even been in the Sun Gazette, although they didn't note it at the time. So one piece of metal's blown off. It must have hit the ground, I'm assuming, because from what I understand from the administration, nobody knows where it is. The other one's half blown off, okay? So I would think you want to get it to in a timely, I mean, I reported it here over a month ago. I think you want to get to it in a timely fashion, which means weeks, not months, because if it does blow off, and you've been already made aware of it publicly, I wouldn't be surprised every elected official in this room would be guilty of criminal negligence to one degree or another. So maybe somebody wants to put a fire under somebody and get on it, because it looks ridiculous. You have a 12-foot piece of copper up there, probably weighs, I'm guessing, 100, 125 pounds, 150 feet in the air, already half removed from the roof. And the one above it already gone. That's criminal negligence. If I was a contractor or something, I'll have something like that, I'd go to jail. So I'm reporting it again, maybe. I mean, you know, the chances are slim, but it happened to my buddy a half a block away. I've had things like this happen to me where you didn't do something one day and the very next day, out of, you know, luck, you know, out of the clear blue, literally. So it's on the record now. So whoever's in charge, whoever's responsible, I would suggest to get on it, like yesterday, before someone innocent was killed.
Thank you. There are no further comments. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.